But we're talking about policies. One's a year and a half old, the other's been like 14 years old. I think it's important to do it right rather than decide today. We're going to make sure we do that.
That's all you need to know.
Still works.
I told Will 11, I think.
Yeah. This might be a bad omen, but my wife gave me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I don't know if that changes. Who had the over and who had the other?
It's funny if we did like a dinner.
Yeah, I know, you don't want to. We better have a cocktail. If we're gonna be there.
Dinner.
It was a changer. It's not what I thought it would be. The inside part. I mean, they really did change the emphasis. I understand the philosophy, but I sure wish that told you. So when you think we're gonna get summer this year?
Yeah.
I get some wind today.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a fireworks? About 5 different clocks.
All right, I want to make sure everybody's mics are turned on, make sure they're on. If not, we'll call the meeting to order and we'll stand for the pledge, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With the roll call.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
Here.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Present.
Commissioner Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Alguier. Here. Chairman Yoder.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next up, we have approval of the agenda. Any late additions or deletions? Wessel,
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
supported, discussion?
Really quick, I was gonna ask if we have something on the agenda, number 6. To number 1.
Oh, we could move number 6 up to number 1.
Yes.
Everybody good with that?
Which one is that?
Number 6 to number 1. No discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. You. Stuff we have declarations of conflicts of interest. Do we have any commissioners here with a conflict with items listed on the agenda today? Bill?
Not quite filling those big shoes of Pete Taylor, I am considered or am the chair of the kids fishing. I would appreciate a motion that would allow me to abstain from that vote. This is partially a parks program, which I wouldn't, if it was just that, then I wouldn't ask. But the funds are kept through the Leelanau Lake Association, which is a nonprofit not associated with the county. So for that reason, I just think it's safe, and I feel that I didn't vote.
I don't think we need a motion if you just declare that. I mean, we can all, there's consensus. Is that okay with?
Yeah.
What do you think, Mr. Dyer?
I think a motion is,
A motion.
because you're actually, again, as a elected representative, is expected.
I second.
Commissioner Campbell is expected to vote on those things that come before it. For the board, and you're allowing him not to vote is really what we're doing when you request to abstain. A motion is always good. You go on record as supporting that.
Okay.
I think it's a best practice to adopt on conflict of interest issue.
All right.
Was it appropriate for me to second? Probably not.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it was.
All right, so we got it.
Yeah, no, well, I just wanted to say that I think that he's not gonna profit from this. I don't believe he'll make a penny off this. It's probably gonna cost you money.
Oh,
So I
I
would,
pulled out of my shirt.
yeah, he really should vote on it. Because, I mean, he's not gonna profit. He's not having a conflict.
Wow. Nice.
I just
All right,
would
so-
feel safer.
So we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Wessel, supported by Commissioner Campbell, to excuse yourself from item 8B. Want to vote discussion on that? All right, if not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Hey,
Carried 6-1.
Thanks, Will.
an obligation.
No, I'm.
It's all right. All right, moving on to communications. Next up, we have an update from our administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number of items that are worthy of mention. You will see in your email a email from the finance director indicating that the post-audit report and the backup associated with that will be coming to you. They weren't able to complete it before today's meeting, so it'll be coming to you no later than this Friday for your final approval on Tuesday. But they're going to forward it to you as soon as possible. Do that by email. There was trouble reconciling a small amount of that, so they were not able to have that completed by today. There is one correction to the item on item 9B. We included in the packet a copy of the bid tabulation for the strategic planning request for proposals. Item number 20 from Giffords and Webster was incorrectly calculated by us. We took they had subtotals as well as section totals, and we totaled all of them because they were, the way they were presented suggested that they were in fact all to be counted. But in fact, they were not, and so their bid amount actually should have been $44,700, not $89,400. And we're reviewing to see if there are any of the others in that bid tabulation that might be in the same situation. I doubt it, but we're going to be looking at that. We spent quite a bit of time this since the last meeting working on opioid funding issues, familiarizing myself particularly with the limits on how those funds can be used. We communicated some of that information to you, and that is really one of the things that's driving the request on 9B to have a strategic, or not 9B, 9C to issue an RFP for the use and management of opioid settlement funds. Also, you'll see on item 9D is a request to issue an RFP for employee health benefits consulting. We're currently working very well with our existing consultant, BHS. We don't really have any particular complaints about them to prompt the issuance of an RFP, but since the healthcare costs represent such a large portion, almost 15% of our general fund budget, as comments that you've made in the past, I think it does merit competitive bidding. And the reason it's presented now, if we do intend to, if you decide that issuance of an RFP would be appropriate, we really need to start now to hit our renewal date target, to have a consultant in place to take, if there is a change, merited. The finally, well, not finally, but there's also an item on the Civil Infraction Bureau. We did include a draft of an ordinance that had been prepared some time ago. I think this was presented and reviewed by the board some time ago in a presentation by the Building Safety Department. I submitted that the EDS and the proposed ordinance to legal counsel for review, and they have recommended some changes and actually the adoption of 2 ordinances. What I'm going to do is send you a copy of their recommendation by email after the meeting, and ask that you just consider moving this, discuss it today, to decide if you want to proceed with this at all. And then if you do, move it to the meeting next week for final decision and a review of the full recommendation by legal counsel. I also forwarded to you by email this morning the report from Spicer Group, our engineering consultant, regarding the cooling tower. They are recommending moving the cooling tower up to the parking lot level towards the back. And the cost involved is, I would say, considerably more than we had anticipated in the couple of years back when this was originally proposed. So I'm going to recommend that we have them come in to present the report to you. And I suspect that I know we have time available at the meeting on Tuesday evening next week. If they're available for that, we'll have them come in to do so. I don't know that you're going to want to wait. If they're not available, I'm not sure you're going to want to wait a full month until a daytime meeting. You may wish to consider a special meeting for that purpose. I'll communicate with you as I determine whether or not they're available. And then I see at your desk there's the executive summary of the materials management plan. I believe that you may get a report from Commissioner Wessel regarding that. I know that was up for consideration or recommendation. I think it was last week, and the consultant not the consultant, but the coordinator from Grand Traverse County is to be scheduled to come to your meeting in June to essentially present the full plan and help you to understand what you're being asked to ultimately recommend, or what's being recommended to you for approval. That is my report. Mr. Chair, if there are any questions, I'm happy to address.
Any questions, Commissioner Wessel?
Not a question, but I wanted to thank you for the Friday update. I found that very informative and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I do like the format, the hit a lot, and then if we have questions, we can come and flesh them out. So I like that more than the in-depth of a few.
It's probably
A lot less work.
a lot less work for you, which means I think it was great, and I don't think you need even that much detail.
That's the problem, trying to decide what's the sweet spot, what should you know, what do you really need to know about? But what might you be interested in? What might you want to know? You know, not the things necessarily you need to know, what might you want to know? So,
I'd have to take notes on myself for that kind of detail.
That's what I do. That's what I have to do.
Any other questions? All right. Now we'll move on to our next update, which is from our Register of Deeds, Jennifer Grant.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I tried to condense it as much as I could, be as quick as I can, but I'm just so excited about all this stuff. Okay. Well, it's presented by myself. You guys all know me. You know where I'm from. The only thing you guys might not know is this year, starting January 1st, I'm the District 2 Chair for the Michigan Association of Registered Deeds. So I added that on there. I don't know if you guys know that or not. And then our current team, let's see where she's at. Next. Rachel's chief deputy, then there's Wanda and Laura, our deputies, and kind of their background a little bit of their history here. And together we have 62 years of experience in the land records, which is pretty good. And then the Register of Deeds overview. The role of the Register of Deeds is to preserve, record, and maintain the transparency, integrity, and accessibility of all the legal documents pertaining to the real estate in the county. Our deputies need to be familiar with hundreds of different types of documents and the statutes that go with them. And some examples are your mortgages, your deeds, your surveys. Probably most common that you guys know. We work closely with attorneys, real estate agents, the utility companies, lending agencies, surveyors, and then just the general public. Our documents that get recorded in our office are vital tools for the township assessor, the treasurers, tax bases, equalization, and updating tax rolls. And as we learned and remember from the end of 2024, when Wexford County got hit with that malware, our records are crucial to the real estate market, keep our economy going. And we also do passports. That's a non-mandated, but we do passports in our office. And then the documents that are available in our office. We go back to when the county started in 1863, but we do have some older documents in there. And then January 1st, 1972 to present, we have all documents indexed and online out for searching to the public. January 1st, 1963 to 1972, we have just the deeds are on searchable and indexed, and then we continue to work backwards. And then before 1962, we have, the public still has to search the books. And then in October of 25, we did get the grantor grantee indexes out online. So those can be searched online, so they don't have to come into the office to search them. And the same fees apply to that as the regular, your website revenue fees to search that. And then I just did a quick breakdown of what fees are collected in our office. The state and county transfer tax is when there's a transfer of land. Those fees, the $7.50 per thousand was enacted in 1995 through the state, and the state gets that money. The $1.10 per thousand was in 1966, and those fees go into our general fund. The service or recording fees in 2016, we went to a $30 flat fee for recording fee, and that is broken out into our state remon. $4 goes to state remon. That fee's been extended to 2043. The $5 that goes into the automation fund, Public Act 698 of 2002 requires that we take $5 from each document and put it into a fund strictly for the Register of Deeds to update their technology stuff. And then $21 of that fee goes into the general fund. The copy fee that was enacted in 1961, that has not gone up since 1961, is $1 a page for copies. And then our web revenues, this is what was set in 2019. We have $15 or $5 for a 15-minute $15 for a day, and then the 200 a month, and then some of our local title companies, we do the 1,100 for unlimited for a 6 month. That money goes into the general fund. The tax certification we collect, the treasurer's tax certify the deeds after they go down to equalization, get a number on them, then they'll go to the treasurer's office. The treasurers will say, yep, taxes are paid. You can record that document. So we collect that fee, and that goes into the general fund. Passport application fees, $35 for a new application fee. We don't collect to help people if they're doing a renewal. And then pictures, the clerk's office takes our pictures for us and we collect the fees for the new applications. That goes into the general fund. The IRS fee, which is comes into us electronically, so it has its own fund, but the $30 fee still applies. The service fee still applies. It just goes in, comes in a different way. And then the MSSR admin fee is a 1.5% that we get to keep from what is collected from the remon fee for sending in our reports and everything quarterly. So we get to keep that amount. And then on the bottom, I just totaled what went into our general fund at the end of 25. And then on the next, yeah, yep, absolutely.
State transfer tax, is
Mhm.
that just land or land and property, home?
Yeah, if there's a home on the property, that includes
Value?
the value of the whole thing.
It sounds like a lot of money.
Yep, it can be.
There's
Yeah.
a proposal in the state legislature to eliminate that tax.
Are all of these set by the state?
Yep.
So even the dollar fee for copy.
The dollar fee is set by the state. The web revenue fees were set by the board, by you guys in 2019. But all the other fees are, the passport fees, those are set by the federal. Clerk fees for the pictures, I'm guessing that's probably our fee, that what was set by the board. But all the other fees are set by the state or federal. The county transfer tax is even set by the state. So,
So just the web and the pictures are the only thing set by the board.
yes, that I'm aware of on here, yeah. Mhm. Yep. And then the next slide is just a snapshot of where we were at the end of 25. Next slide. The revenue that was brought in, and then there's a snapshot of the expenses at the end of 25. And then it's just kind of a reminder that what we bring in basically self-funds our office, and which is unique to, that doesn't typically happen with most elected offices. Next slide. Passports. We do passports, which you know, and one thing I wanted to hit on here was that we have been getting reports of a lot of, make sure that you're at the travel.state.gov website to get your documents or your applications, or come and get them from us. We've had, just this last week, someone called and said that they used a Gov Plus website. They charged them $300 to fill out their application. And their renewal form, they sent in a picture, but they don't submit it. They still have to bring it to us. Is it illegal? They're charging people to do a service. Is it unethical? Probably. So just make sure that your people are using the travel.state.gov. And there's also another one that we have report of as a HelloGov. They helped fill in the form, but then had some things that were unknown. The form came to us and it just says unknown. So they basically got to start over when they get here on a new application. So I wanted to point that out. We have to go through certification every year to stay up on being able to do passports. Current fees for a new adult passport is $130 and $100 for minors 16 and below. Last year, our office accepted 321 passport applications, new ones. We don't keep track of the renewals that come in. We will help the people get them together and filled out and what they need to do, but we don't keep track of those. We don't collect any fees for that. And next slide. The projects that where we're at within our projects, last year we completed getting all the plats scanned in, uploaded, indexed, and verified, so those are all digital. Wanted to do that before we started on the next project of getting them sent out, so we have copies of all those. The grantor grantee historical module index that I talked about earlier, that was completed, so that can be searched online. Our miscellaneous one book is complete and back, and I'll show you on the next slide a couple images from that. And then we got 1963 has been index verified and is out online for searching. We got that done last year. So this year's projects, we did a notary indexing, which helps with fraud prevention, and that was completed in April, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Continuation of back indexing, so we're working on 1962 right now to make that searchable and online. And then we are working on getting the images from the miscellaneous one book. They're all digital now. We're working on getting them into our software system so those can be seen online. And then the 2.5-year plat cabinet project that you guys approved has started. They picked up the plats in February, so they've gone through this process. And they are at the point, I just got an update that they're being ready to be stored in the polyester mylar capsules, but they're waiting for the mylar because we have specific numbering for each one. So those had to be done individually. So they're waiting for those to be made and hoping to have those back in July in the vault. That's the latest update I had on those. And next slide. And then here's a picture of the miscellaneous one book that came back. Some of you have been in the office and seen it. So it's now back stored in a water and fireproof. The one book that you can see in the picture on the right is what turned into the 2 books. So that's back. And then also the far right, you can see the picture of the Leland plat from 1868 before it went out. That's still in that book. And then the bottom picture shows the plat after it came back and was preserved and put in the mylar. And there were 12 plats in that book that came out and are now stored in the mylar, like that Leland plat. Next slide. And then I wanted to just thank you and give you an update on that resolution for those House bills that you guys passed in January. That did go to the state February 11th of 2025. Oh, that should be 26. I made an error. So February 11th of 26 this year. And then I checked on it. Things aren't moving very fast in Lansing. I'm sure you guys know that. So it hasn't gone very far, very fast. But several of the counties have also done a resolution because what happens in Lansing does matter to our property owners. Next slide. And protecting our Leelanau property owners. We continue to get calls on false real estate listings. I'm sure you've seen some blotter calls too that people have called in. And so just continue to watch out for our neighbors. If you see a for sale sign in the yard, check and make sure it's especially vacant land. If the people don't live here, that seems to really be what's getting targeted. Use our local realtors. They are the first line of defense. Title companies are starting to send out welcome letters. So if they get an order across their desk, they will send a letter out to the seller and say, hey, thank you for using us. We're excited to do your closing, but if you did not initiate this, please contact us immediately. Title companies are also providing forgery endorsements to their policies. I think it's 2012 and forward. If you have bought your property since then, you can contact them and they can backdate endorsement for your policy, or going forward when you close, you can get a new endorsement on your policy. You would have to contact the title company that's done your work. And then I wanted to talk to you about indexing notaries a little bit. We started this in April of this year. One of the conferences I went to, Bernie Youngblood, the Wayne County Register of Deed, initiated some legislation that had passed in November of 24, and he's got a fraud department. And he initiated some legislation that if there is a document, a conveyance recorded with intent to deceive, that spells out the fines and imprisonment. And it also gives register of deeds a little bit more power, that if they think or believe that something is fraudulent, they can collect the evidence and take it to the prosecutor themselves, which is something that we never had before. So that's good. And we haven't seen anything come through Leelanau yet, so let's hope we don't. And then just a reminder that we do have the fraud notify for our residents to sign up for, to be notified. Yes.
I really like that fraud notification, but the majority of our property owners still are not signed up yet. So I wonder if you might work with the township treasurers, send out a notice with the tax bill.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
That's a great idea.
you ought to get 100%, seems to me.
Yep, I can do that. I mean, make a note of that.
And I know it does work, because you notify me when things have happened on the property.
Yes, and we've also gotten calls that people who have the same names in the county also get notifications, like,
If your son has the same name, guess what? You know everything they do.
or if your husband has a generic name like Jim Grant, yeah. All right, next slide. And that's it. Are there any other questions?
Well, just keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Jennifer?
Yep, you're welcome. Have a good day.
Next up, we'll move on to an update from Mr. Gallagher, our treasurer. Morning.
This isn't as scary as it looks, but, and I apologize for dumping it on you. I have made a few changes to the presentation. Things didn't print the way I anticipated, so I made it a little larger. And change the font.
Oh.
So as a caveat, I'll preface, this is still a work in progress as we're trying to finalize 2025's finances and making adjustments in 26. So as we review this is simply for discussion and as more of an update as what we have for information now and start dialogue before the audit is finalized and also before we walk into the budget process. So the first page is our quarterly investment balances. It really doesn't give any alarming cues, just gives you kind of a statutory report that says, okay, this is what we have in the amounts, and from what I can tell you, it's all in money market and checking account right now because we don't have a clear indication on projecting yet. And that's something that with working with the administrator and our new finance director, we're going to be trying to develop in the coming months.
Is the income coming in as normal or is it above normal?
So I will say that the rates have gone down a little bit and our available balances for this type of investing have been limited to liquid pooled assets, money markets, Michigan class. So the earnings rate is not as competitive if you were to go out and buy commercial paper or bonds and ladder your investments as I once did in the past. So the second page is just a quick snippet, 2025 through 26 so far, the interest earnings. We are still earning a decent amount. I mean, first quarter for the general fund was very healthy. The DTR was very healthy, budget stabilization. Again, we're fortunate right now that budget stabilization is money market and then 2 securities that will mature in November, December, if we have to use them this year. So not a big concern, but as we draw down funds, from DTR, which I'll get into in a minute, my available resources to earn interest is going to be diminished. However, we'll get into that in a second. So the third page is the yearly, and that's, I guess, more the snapshot that I wanted you guys to take a look at is, COVID, basically there were no earnings at all. I say we were getting a few basis points earning credit on our money sitting in the bank. And because of the volatility, the bond market and CDs and commercial paper was not, in my humble opinion, where we wanted to put money, as we didn't know how long that pandemic was going to last and what that was going to do to our resources. So 2022, interest rates started coming back up and peaked, I want to say, in 24. And we brought in, between all funds, about 700,000 just in money that we have available to use as an investment. So we'll see what 26 brings, but like I said, our balances are slightly lower and the rates are slightly lower. So as the year progresses and the utilization of those funds will determine what we get for interest earnings. The next is basically just, some of you guys have seen this from me in the past. This is just a breakdown of the common bank account, general fund, and looking at the inflows and outflows by month and going back from January of 2025 through, again, may not be entirely accurate because we're making adjustments, but through April of 26. For the most part, I mean, we're staying very consistent. What I tend to look at is at the bottom in that Excel spreadsheet, you'll see on the bottom left, one up from the bottom, it says net cash flow per period. Anything in brackets is a drawdown. So that means that we're spending more than we're bringing in for those months. And that's what we kind of want to take a look at on an annual basis to make sure that, okay, nothing is out of the ordinary and we are in a healthy position. As of right now, we are still in a healthy position. It's just more of, again, looking at the cyclical nature of the general fund, and where our revenues come from is 85% property taxes. So you'll see after the July issuance of the summer tax bill that we see a big collection in September, and then in October we make the distributions out to SET, the state education tax, and from the rest of the year, we do kind of just make small collections, but it's more a balanced equation. Next is the various bank accounts. These are gonna be, your county road building fund, inmate, circuit court, library, and district court. They tend to as well follow a cyclical ebb and flow. You'll see that from January 25, it peaks about May, and then they draw down through the year, and then they come back up in May. So nothing really concerning, just letting you guys know, we're still on trend and moving forward. I got a blank page, I'm sorry. All right, next after that one is the DTR bank account. That's the one that you guys usually, your ears perk up, so I figured we spend a little time on that. With the DTR bank account, which includes the PRE audit fund, the delinquent tax revolving fund, which is 516, and the tax reversion fund 517, and the money market for the 516. Every year, we have to go through a collection process and billing process with the local jurisdictions. So the cyclical nature is that the townships, cities and villages at different points across the calendar year. For villages, it's in the fall of the collection year, and then subsequent to that, the townships come to us with the unpaid tax bills in March, and we settle with them. And it looks, consistently, we're usually sending out checks to those jurisdictions, school districts, etc. in May. One thing that is concerning this year is that we've seen a 41% increase in the settlement amount from last year. And we'll get into that in just a bit. Another blank page, I'm sorry. So as an update, the delinquent tax settlement for the for the last few years hasn't changed significantly, but what has changed is that the statute has now taken into consideration some Supreme Court rulings that the county can no longer retain the surplus proceeds. The surplus proceeds was anything above the delinquent taxes owed and the amount received from the auction or sale of the property. Now, there is a statutory form that claimants, those that have lost their interest in property, whether it be by mortgage or by a lien or by ownership in itself, they have in the year of foreclosure, they have to file by June with the circuit court says that I intend to claim whatever that difference is.
Is that usually the banks that do that, or is it the?
It's IRS, it's Social Security, it's anybody that has a, yeah.
Back on the DTR fund.
Yeah.
It also looks like in October you do a major expenditure.
That was the village settlement.
Oh,
So the village settlement, they go through the end of September. So after September 30th, whatever is delinquent, they roll over to us.
so May it's the schools.
March is basically the deadline. 31st for foreclosures. March 1st is the deadline for delinquent taxes. We don't get through dispersing and reconciling that amount until usually May.
No, yeah, because that's where it shows.
Yep.
3 million there.
Yep.
And then $1 million in October.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
I also, your expectations for that DTR fund at the end of May. I don't think you'll see that here. We talked a little bit about that, but I think that end of May in 2025 set at about $5.5 million.
Yes.
And then the anticipation is to be at about 4.2 million at the end of this May.
that would be conservative because, you know, we're still at the 12th, we haven't,
Yeah.
but we also are collecting,
Sure.
you know, those delinquent taxes. So that is later in the presentation. Yes.
Talk about that.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just, from, I guess from a clarity standpoint, you know, just taking a look at, you know, what we do in general and what's kind of changed, and then just dialogue on, you know, possible scenarios. So the delinquent tax settlement update, the next page is ongoing. We have court cases still being heard at the federal level on takings claims, meaning that for all the years prior to the Raffaelli case, there was an unjust takings by the county through no fault of their own, but the county being in most cases the foreclosing governmental unit, whereas the state of Michigan is the foreclosing governmental unit in very few cases. Those proceeds were then retained by the county, and the old statute read that in July, following 3 years of retainage, any excess surplus that was being held in the tax reversion fund was subject to transfer to the general fund. So some of you may have, you know, remembered me coming back to you guys in the early 2013, 2014, that where I would come and I would give a presentation of, okay, this is what's sold at auction in 2011 and 2012, and it's been sitting in the 517. And this, because we don't have any lawsuits, we don't have any contamination, et cetera, claims against that property that we have to remediate. This is what's eligible to go to the general fund. The general fund has used that money. And so part of the conversation that I wanted to bring up today is that, you know, I have, and as many other county treasurers, reached out to our legislators to look for assistance. If this goes sideways, meaning that the federal courts rule that there was, you know, a takings, and they rule furthermore that takings isn't, you know, twice the SEV, it's more like a fair market value, we're going to be, as most counties, in a deficit position, because those surpluses and the auction proceeds, I mean, for the most part, never satisfied fair market value. So there would be a gap. And where do we get that money from? Because the tax reversion fund is basically holding now those excess proceeds subject to the claim, but everything prior to that change in legislation was transferred to the general fund. So we're urging legislators to put something in the budget that says, hey, we're going to help, because this was, you know, from a legislative standpoint, that was our bad, and crafting this piece of legislation, allowing for this to occur, you know, and no fault of any treasurer or county or board, but this is just what transpired and laws changed.
Right, but you're not setting any more aside just in case that case comes again?
We are, because, for example, if I foreclosed on something in 2024 and I took it to auction and it sold for $300,000, but the back taxes were $5,000, you know that there's going to be a claim against that, and we do have a claim against that. But because of the court cases, there are individuals and entities that have to enter into agreement to settle rather than wait for the proceeding to occur. So we have settled with some of those claimants where they remove themselves from the proceeding. Yeah. And upon those orders from the judges and working with our counsel in the treasurer's office, we do issue those surplus proceeds vouchers. So yes, we do still do that.
So, in essence, we as in your office, followed to the letter a state law that was deemed unconstitutional. And it became messy trying to rectify the financial results of that ruling.
Correct, because as the statute is written now or can be interpreted now, it suggests, and it's further in here, that if there are no claimants to file against the property proceeds, that eligible entities such as the Land Bank or County Board may purchase through the right of first refusal the property, but it should look for an appraisal to establish fair market value. Because again, we don't know what future courts may do. So it's impinged upon the Leelanau County Land Bank's operation significantly, because that was the primary driver for activity, was handling the treasurer's tax foreclosed properties. Now that we have zero inventory, we, the land bank, and the treasurer doesn't have any inventory, meaning foreclosed properties on the books, there has been reduced activity in that component unit. Sorry if I'm jumping around here, but the next slides, I mean, just continue reiterating MMRMA is representing us in the class action. You know, we've been working diligently, providing them with reports as they need and correspondence. The direct counsel for the county treasurer's office is Clark Hill. So we've integrated Clark Hill into those responses. And again, just number 5 there is just that, you know, I have petitioned Senator DeMoose is to taking a look at those prior claims and trying to find some way to put it into the state budget or give us some reasonable appropriation if that does occur, where the Leelanau County has to come up with those funds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to where you guys get to the pie chart. So this is 2025 taxes. And just a representation of, you know, each of you guys' jurisdictions as to how much came over and we settled with each township. And this is by jurisdiction, so it's not township specific tax, but it's levied and collected by these jurisdictions. So trying to give a geographical representation of, you know, where you're seeing the delinquencies occur. You know, we have, and this is consistent. I mean, Leland and Leelanau and Suttons Bay, Glen Arbor, and then lastly Elmwood, making up really about, you know, 7/8 of the amount that went delinquent. The next page is a parcel count by town. Yes.
Could we interpret this pie chart then to indicate there are more foreclosures?
That is not a synonymous correlation, no, because quite frankly, we don't foreclose. I mean, this past year, 2025, we successfully avoided many foreclosures and unfortunately had to pursue only 2.
Just 2 in the county?
Yes. And as you guys may know, I mean, from past practice, Since I've been elected, I mean, we've had years where we didn't foreclose on anybody, which is very rare. The state called me a couple times to make sure I was accurate. But no, we work diligently with family, friends, churches, you name it, and getting collections and making sure that that does not happen, especially with PREs. You know, taking homes is not something that we're in the business of doing. It doesn't help the community, you know, and if we can keep people in their homes and find solutions for them, that's the ultimate goal.
So these numbers,
Our dollar values.
they were, who was late, but it doesn't necessarily mean the money never came back.
Correct. Correct.
And when I read the when I read the 20% for Leland, that means out of all of the late delinquent taxes, 20% was attributable to Leland, which has a
Significant tax,
a significant amount of the taxable value in the county.
So like I was referring is nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, it's a fair representation based on just the taxable value within our community.
Right.
You know, the density and the taxable value, et cetera. I mean, it's very representative. The next is the actual parcel count by township. You know, so within each of these jurisdictions, this will give you the idea of, okay, you know, how many are we seeing, you know, in Centerville versus Suttons Bay? You know, and does that jive? And what we look at for evidence, anecdotal evidence in the treasurer's office is, you know, did we have all of a sudden a development go upside down? You know, or is there a specific issue in one jurisdiction over the other that we should probably get involved with? And again, nothing out of the ordinary, but this is just breaking things down by the numbers.
So this is parcels that went delinquent.
Correct. So the next one is the settlement trends. This is where I was referring to. So like in 2020, you know, that's our base year. We had 2,283 parcels that went delinquent, and it added up to $3.4 million. 2021, we had 1,789, and that equated to 2.7. 22, 1,852, 2.9. 23, 2,082, 3.4. And then 24, we had 1947 at 3 million. And this is what concerned me. And this is why I thought it was important to bring this forward now. As I understand, we have firm numbers with our settlement, and we're working with the administrator and the finance department to say, okay, how is this, if this continues, you know, is this an outlier? Or is this, you know, a symptom to a greater issue? You know, what are we looking at? You know, and from what I've gathered in my research is, I mean, these are all residential properties. So it's not, we don't have commercial, we don't have industrial, we don't have, you know, specific ag properties that are going upside down. These are residents that couldn't make the 2025 levy payment on time. So it is slightly higher than 2020, where we got hit with COVID. We're at 2351 for total parcels, but the taxes that we have to pay out of the delinquent tax revolving fund went up to $4.2 million from $3 million the previous year. That's a 40%, over 40% increase. So again, keep that in the back of your mind as we go forward. We're not making.
That's saying that there's less revenue coming in. It's due, just not coming in.
Timely.
Yeah.
Timely. So of that 4.2, if you go back to the DTR tax or the bank account, we've probably collected over 2 million of it already. So as soon as my office gets those notes and we certify them and we get the townships to sign off, say, yes, what you're saying is what we're saying is delinquent. And we accept these parcels and this amount as delinquent. Once all that meshes, we issue the check to them and we send out a notice to those taxpayers and say, hey, you guys missed a payment on your 2025s, whether it's summer, winter, or both. And of that 4.2, 2 million has already paid. So we have 2.2 still to collect the remaining, over the next,
Which is pretty much in norm. But if you look.
Yes, and yes.
You're saying, as you look at all of those, we're pretty consistent until we hit 25, around the 2.5 to 3 million now. So-
Yes. However.
So and it's.
If you go back to the DTR bank account,
Right.
okay, and you look at 2025
Yeah.
versus 2026, the cash flow from operations, which is the third row in that spreadsheet, go all the way across and say again, we did not settle with the townships until May of 2025, but it was on our books, and you can see that in May, we only collected 327,000. June, we only collected 474,000. July, 277, and it goes on. This year, 2026, March and April, we already collected 1.1 in each month. So, or, use that. So I'm not saying it's normal. It's just, that's what I'm saying. It's something that we need to pay attention to.
Yeah.
And understand, okay, does this have an impact moving forward on 26 collections? And we'll get into that in just a second. And I apologize for being.
That's fine. So and I don't know where you're gonna end up, but at this stage, it's easy to draw this conclusion that, oh my gosh, there's $1.2 million that we had to pay out of our DTR. And so, geez, well, as though that is lost money. And I look at it as actually putting money in a high interest CD. And that's how this DTR fund grows, is that with delinquent taxes, there are penalties and interest that always comes back. So it might delay a bit getting back to a normal level, but when we do get there, it actually won't be normal. Next year's should be higher.
Correct. So if you look at 2026 budgeted DTR Fund 516 admin and interest revenue, just on the delinquent taxes, it might be 400,000. Well, knowing this was in the making for 2027, we can estimate that 27's interest in admin is going to be significantly higher. However, the cash available for banking purposes, cash flow, and earning interest on money markets, et cetera, is going to adversely go down until we collect those funds. So it's,
Doesn't this indicate that people are having a harder time paying their taxes because of the amount?
You can draw that conclusion. I mean, there might be other, significant.
But I mean, 4 million delinquent is.
It is significant. Yes.
Quite a while, so.
Yep.
Because we are getting to be very high in taxes.
And we have a lot of them.
Yeah.
So.
But I would also say that our property valuations,
Mhm.
if someone dies and it goes to a family member and they haven't done the legal thing of making sure that the taxes won't go up for that first generation,
Mhm.
A lot of people are tax resident.
Yeah.
People who thought they would keep the property of the family suddenly are encountering a huge, huge tax bill.
And there's not a lot of vehicles that allow you to mitigate that. I mean, you can have your trusts and you can have all that stuff, ladybird deeds, however you want to skin the cat per se. But not everybody utilizes them. So yes, to your point, that could be a contributing factor. But moreover, I think to Commissioner Bunny and to you, that the taxable value has steadily increased at over 4% for quite a few years.
And I look at the lakes,
Yes.
there it's an astronomical difference.
Well, being a peninsula, we got a lot of water, so I mean, they all
That's
get,
what makes it high in the first.
yeah.
But yes, costs everywhere have gone up.
Go ahead.
And I assume you looked into, and I'm sure you did, look into depth in this. There's no, like 3 large parcels that would make it an anomaly. It's this,
No, that's why I pointed out in the settlement trends, the parcel counts.
yeah.
You know, I mean, you don't see a big variation over year. I mean, it tracks. So having 4.2, I mean, and having a parcel count of 2351, that makes sense. You know what I mean? It would concern me if we had 4,000 parcels. You know, because then we're looking for small, probably undeveloped lots that, you know, akin to what we had to deal with in 2012 down the road. You know, but I don't know of any of those projects going on. So it's not likely that, you know, they're gonna go belly up, so. All right. So I'm shifting gears just slightly, but continuing on this thread is the Leelanau County Land Bank. Simply because, as I was asked earlier today, you know, are we gonna have a meeting this year? I'm like, well, absolutely, we just need something to talk about. We haven't had anything to talk about, and for lack of business, you know, we just haven't met yet. But the reason behind that is that, you know, the significant changes to 211, 78 M and T, and those statutes have been kind of massaged to protect our citizens, which is a great, you know, change for our citizens, that they have opportunity to reclaim lost equity, more or less. You know, if I foreclose on a 1,500 square foot house in Leelanau County, that valuation could be $250,000 to $500,000. But the property taxes, if it was kept, you know, uncapped, could still be $4,000, $5,000. So that inequity just doesn't make sense to carry that over and unjustly benefit. So yes, we had to make a change. It's just courts are taking their sweet time because they get paid by the hour. Yes, so more into the Leelanau County Land Bank Authority, and, you know, one of the things that I was going to bring up is that, you know, maybe looking at new policies and making a recommendation to both the county board as a whole that would trickle down and we would adopt as a land bank to do mandatory pre-acquisition surplus claim checks, require the fair market value verification appraisal on all of those right of first refusal deals, avoid equity rich properties, meaning if you've got 100 feet on water, you know, and it's been in the family for a generation or so, that's probably not something that you as the land bank or the county board should try to acquire, because it's not benefiting the general population, our citizen base, or removing a blight, or, you know, using the land bank to its fullest capacity. But just again, just talking points today. This last slide, I'm not really gonna get into because this is something that you're gonna talk about later, I think on your agenda with the equalization director. But in the past, it was asked that this type of report be presented. And moreover, what I wanted to bring to light is the top section is all I wanted to say is, if we average 1.83 delinquency, I mean, we had collection rate of 98.17, we're really revenue neutral from what we budgeted to what could occur. Now, if we have another 2.5%, which I could talk about later after you guys have the L4029 discussion, that would adversely affect our collections for 2026 by 95 grand. That doesn't mean you're not getting it. It just means that the timing of it is going to affect. So, and again, your budget is January through December, but collections goes all the way, and you don't get made whole until May of the following year. So just things to think about, but that's all I have for the time being. And I know you guys got a big agenda, so.
Going to be here when we talk about the,
Yes, I'll post out back. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. All right, with that, we'll move on to our first set of public comments. We'll start out with 1 minute general topics of county concern, followed by 3 minutes agenda specific. So do we have any members of the public that wishes to address the 1 minute public comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I want to talk for a moment about the opioids settlement. Oh, my name is Gerald Schatz, and I taught bioethics and law at Michigan State University in the law and medical schools, and did some of my formal ethics training at the Pellegrino Center for Clinical Bioethics at Georgetown University, and for a long time was associate faculty in that program. Very briefly, I want to remind you of some of the realities that we face. Most people are without insurance or are grossly underinsured. In the past few weeks, the Journal of the American Medical Association has pointed out that many people who have opioid use disorder go into hospitals, are washed out and sent back to their primary care providers. Many of these people do not have primary care providers. And so how do we address this? The piece in the AMA journal suggested that hospitals retain a core interest in these patients, keep them coming back for a while as outpatients, but basically provide care. That turned out in the reported demonstration to be remarkably inexpensive. I can't tell you what to do or who should do it. What I can remind you of is that the need is very great. Most people do not qualify for public benefit programs. So there are ways to be creative and consistent with the settlement emphasis required on prevention, on remediation, and on the conditions necessary for both. We need providers. We need recognition of the realities that people face. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment for the 1 minute?
We get 3 minutes if it's about an agenda.
Agenda, yeah, but first we're doing the 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Are there any members that wishes to address the 1 minute public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sonia Tostich, Solon Township. This year is very special year, celebrating 250th American birthday and rededicate to the Almighty God. Start May 17, 3 o'clock, this coming Sunday. Every nation, every county, which will be here outside, gather together. Anybody, everybody can come and join for that rededication to the Lord. And with that, I just ask anybody can come and join. And with that, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the 1 minute? All right, move on to 3 minutes. Sir?
Thank you. Sorry to be so enthusiastic.
Oh, that's good.
My name is Mickey Eater. I'm in Empire Township. I wanted to talk a little bit about the opioid settlement fund item on the agenda. And first say that I think the materials you provided are excellent. There's an overview of the opioid advisory commission's categories for working on the opioids, from prevention right through to recovery. So there are 4, and they also note in their state report that that's not an inclusive set of categories, but it is a good set to work from. I also thought that there was a very comprehensive overview of the evidence-based programs that are available and that might appear in the proposals that you'll receive after you put the RFP out. What I wanted to refer to was potential ambiguity in the language in one way. There's a couple of phrases that I wrote down. It says that the evaluation criteria will focus on realistic and tracking performance measures at one point. At another point, it says we want to look at measurable outcomes. When you're putting an RFP together, I hope you will also consider a preference for proposals that distinguish process from actual outcomes. I think we had an example earlier in the discussion at this meeting when the fraud hotline came about. Someone may say, we're going to put this wonderful program together, and that's a process measure. If nobody signs up for it, then your outcomes are not very good. So I'm hoping that as you ask people to explain how they want to use the funds for the opioids, they not only explain what they want to do, but they explain how they're going to assess whether they're being successful. So a distinction between process evaluation, this is what we propose to do, and the outcomes, even for training and education, this is what we expect people to learn so that we can have some accountability in terms of the wise use of these resources. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Mr. Gossage?
Hi, I'm Steve Tostage with Solon Township. I want to address agenda item 9G, request for consideration of a closed session. To the average citizen, that language means absolutely nothing. And that's precisely the problem. The public is being asked to trust a closed door process without even being told, in general terms, what the topic actually is. Is this litigation, a personal investigation, governance concerns, workplace complaints, potential liability exposure? The public has no way to know. Now, to be clear, Michigan law does permit certain closed sessions involving attorney-client privilege, but the Open Meetings Act was intended to be interpreted narrowly, not as a blanket shield for vague government discussions hidden from taxpayers. And simply involving an attorney does not automatically make a discussion privileged. Personnel matters are not automatic attorney-client privilege. Investigations are not automatic attorney-client privilege. Administrative decisions are not automatic attorney-client privilege. And discussions about process, governance, oversight, and how investigations are conducted are not automatically exempt from public scrutiny, simply because a lawyer is involved. That distinction matters because from the outside, this process appears deeply flawed. The board chair appears to have determined largely on his own how a sensitive investigation involving the county administrator would be handled. A full elected board was apparently, the full elected board was not apparently involved in establishing the framework. There appears to have been no discussion about independence, no discussion about impartiality, no discussion about whether outside counsel already had a close working relationship with the very administrator whose conduct is under review. This is not a minor concern. The county administrator manages the day-to-day relationship with outside counsel. And when the subject of an investigation is the same individual tied to that relationship, the public has every right to ask whether the process itself is sufficiently independent and credible, especially when there appears to be no written policy governing how complaints against the administrator should be handled. If the county is relying on past practice, this is not good enough. Good governance requires clear process, especially when investigating the county's highest appointed official. And finally, I would respectfully remind the board, the spirit of the Open Meetings Act is transparency, not secrecy by technical citation. If a closed session is truly necessary, then at a minimum, the public deserves meaningful explanation of the category of issue being discussed without compromising legitimate legal confidentiality. That would build trust. The current process is opposite of that. Thank you.
Other public comment? All right. Now we'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner comments? Commissioner Campbell?
I'm very thankful that we're getting public comment back on the opioid settlement. And I think that was the intent of putting it on the agenda. One of the intent, of course, is to actually move the ball. We need that input. There's an ethics committee meeting where we're trying to write an ethics policy. That's going to be Thursday at 1 o'clock. And once again, I thoroughly welcome, and I think you've done input into that. So please come and tell us about your thoughts about how, about the standards that we should be setting for ourselves to serve you. So thanks.
Mr. Robbins?
I'd like to take a second, pass on to our maintenance supervisor, Dwayne Flask, and his family for give him our thoughts and prayers for the loss of his mother in the last few days.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, not, I got one recognition here that I'd like to honor. We got somebody from the Sheriff's Department, Corporal Scott Robinson. He's been serving the county here for 20 years, Corporal County. So thank you for his service.
In Celebrate training right now over there, that's the child sexually abusive material. It's a 1-week course, costs us $5,000, getting him up to speed for the computers. He's one of our new detectives, or is our new detectives. Where he is, thanks.
Mr. Chair, may I make a commissioner comment?
Go ahead.
With the sheriff here, I reached out to the sheriff this weekend because one of his officers came to Leelanau Township and really did a super job with a older woman in trouble, and so professional and so well done. So thank him, please.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate, I get a lot of input from commissioners, which helps me guide them. Thank you very much, all of you.
All right. With that, we'll move on to get through a couple agenda items before we'll take a break, so.
Were you looking at me?
Wanted to make sure there's no hand raised, so. But we'll move, we've moved to item number 6 to number 1, which is Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, Farley property proceeds, and we've got the chair here, Mr. King.
I also have with me, good morning, David King, I'm the chair of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I also have with me in the audience our treasurer, TF Tuxiadis, who's a extreme subject matter expert on brownfield authorities. So to the extent to which we want to call him up if there's any questions, happy to kind of answer as we go through. On the agenda today for your consideration is a resolution the Brownfield Authority has been working on for quite some time now. And before we begin, I want to acknowledge that a lot of the work that's been done that went into calculating the numbers and kind of really detailing the history of the sale of the Varley property. Sorry, it's not the Varley property, the Leland Courthouse, and then the Varley redevelopment, and the developer who forfeited the funds was individuals in the county's financial department, as well as my predecessor, Dan Hines. They put a lot of time into kind of unwinding what happened with the funds and the sale. But so to back up, the Brownfield Authorities have been active for come 20 years now. We have redeveloped or helped facilitate the redevelopment of derelict properties under the Brownfield statute. Notable examples quite recently is the Bluebird restaurant redevelopment, which was a functionally obsolete building, and then also had some environmental issues that we've kind of helped facilitate, bring online. So that's kind of one example on the very recent end. The other one is as you drive up 22, just at Cherry Bend is the old Norris School. That's a building that had some significant functional issues as well as some enormous environmental concerns with the laundromat that was on that facility. And now that's a functioning, they call it the Gateway Building. It is in part a gateway to the county because so many people drive past there every day and they see a well economized facility that is being used in so many different areas. So those are kind of two snapshots of what we've done. When we were created 20 years ago, the county board at the time provided the authority with $100,000 to get up to our operating speed. $50,000 of that was a capital infusion. $50,000 of that was a loan. Just last year, we came current on the loan and paid it off. And so we have no debt as it comes to that. We also, as you may know, rely on just TIF revenue to fund our expenditures. So we don't have any kind of budget that flows in on an annual basis. It's just what we collect from TIF projects that, you know, span out many years, decades. What's in front of you today is a resolution dealing with what happened at the Leland Courthouse. In 2008, the County Board of Commissioners transferred that property to the authority to help facilitate its resale as this facility was being developed. The developer came in, the Varleys, and they made an earnest money deposit of $100,000. Started the redevelopment, and that failed. As part of that, a new developer came in, and under the terms of the contract between the authority and the board, we provided the sale of those proceeds back to the county. It's $870,000 that came current in 2017. So the question that's been really kind of percolating in the finance department for quite some time now, and then before I came onto the board, was, well, what to do with this $100,000 forfeiture that was really not contemplated by the parties. And what you can see in front of us, or what you can see in front of you, is we have had some very successful redevelopment, as I just indicated, and we are currently at the tail end of going through a $250,000 EPA grant, which we expect to spend all or nearly all of the funds from the EPA as statutorily defined by the grant, and then also our state activities to help develop properties all across the state. That funding dries up at the end of September. What we are asking today is that the board consider taking the forfeited funds. So I think it's like 96,000, but I'm kind of colloquially calling it 100,000, and provide us with an additional capital infusion that we can put into a revolving loan fund that will essentially help us fund projects going forward on eligible activities. So this would be, for example, helping developers identify contaminants or coming up with some kind of plans to help process issues on their property as statutorily defined in the Brownfield Act. And then so we've been doing that with the EPA grant the past 4 years, and then prior EPA grants in previous years. That allows us to help front costs, and then we can enter into agreements with the developers, or depending on the TIF plan, capture that money back at the end, but that can be many years down the road. So our hope is, I've kind of defined it as like if you build it, they will come plan, where if we can have this additional capital infusion, which we have seen we can process through, given the development in the county and given all the different types of properties in the county that have likely eligible activities under the Brownfield Act, that as we're kind of processing through these grants in the many years, we can kind of continually fund our operations as it goes forward. So with that, I know that's kind of a pretty high level summary, and a lot more of it's detailed in our resolution that we passed last month, but I'm happy to answer any questions and help kind of go from there.
Mr. Russell?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize the preparation of a resolution documenting retention of the forfeited furnished and fund from the sale of the former county building property by the Leelanau County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority.
Support.
Support, Commissioner Bunning?
Did you want to speak?
I'm the board's representative on the Brownfield Authority, and I do support this. I think it allows Brownfield to continue to work with our community partners.
Commissioner Bunning?
Yeah, a little history there is that when the county purchased we actually had to buy the property back from Barney. Sure. Because he owned, even though he forfeited, somehow in the contract, he still owned the open area. And there were the two homes that he had partially built there that had to be purchased. So the county paid over $400,000 to get Barley and those two homes back. And that $100,000 was supposed to come back to the county to help, pay for that $400,000 that was expended. So that money should actually come back, and I think we need it for our contingency fund, which is where I'm drawing it down already, and it was half, or at least less than it was the previous year. So I don't think that money was ever meant to go back to the Brownfield. It was supposed to come back into the general fund or into the contingency fund of the county because of the county's cost to try to get it settled and get the Varleys out of owning the open space. So, and those two homes. And then there was also one lot there that got traded for the property underneath the county building, was owned by Leelanau Township. And we had to actually give the fire department one lot in order to get the property underneath the building.
Sure.
So the money was never intended for the Brownfield, and it really made the cost of what we got back for the property more close to the $1 million that was supposed to be paid. So I would be very much opposed to this money going to the brownfield when their whole idea is to support it through the TIF funding in their projects.
If I may respond, I appreciate that. It's, if you can see, and maybe I was kind of glossing over when I talked through, but we know the parties didn't kind of the contract between our authority and the commissions or commissioners didn't really contemplate what would happen with the forfeited money. We want to give it back, right? What we're and I think that's what our resolution says is we'll give it back. What we would like the board to consider is to kind of pass some of it back to, or pass it back to us so that we can continue our options continue our operations for funding future projects independent of TIF money, which can go many, many years in the future. I mean, I don't have our financials in front of us, and I apologize, but without the EPA grant funding to kind of to pay for costs up front, the eligible activities under the statute that we are providing through the grant funding is really kind of will just be borne ultimately just by developers at the front end, and that can be a hurdle for developers. So allowing a cost by us paid initially and then recovered over time kind of helps facilitate development. But to your point, Commissioner Bonnick, I appreciate a little more of the history on the property. We're not saying it's ours. It's not. We're often to give it back to the county. What we'd like is just a request to kind of turn that back around and help us funding going forward.
I understand that. But the whole idea of the brownfield was that it funds itself.
Yeah.
I don't, and that it does it through the TIF, so.
All right, Commissioner Algard and then Commissioner Walter.
Well. No, I was next.
Commissioner Algard.
Thank you.
And then, go ahead.
Thank you. I look at that 96,000 as just providing brownfield with some working capital. I was on brownfield for 2 or 3 years, and we were able to see the kind of the resurrection is the word that comes up of properties that had been stuck for years. They were contaminated, no one had the money to bring them back and make them useful. I think about the old schoolhouse too in Empire. They were able to use brownfield money. That was a school. Remember, for those of us in a certain generation, we used to play with things like mercury. It's allowed us to resurrect some old historic properties, and it's been very significant and helped some farmers. It's done a lot of good, but you've had working capital, and that's a very, very important. I'd like to also remind us all, we have Mr. Taxiatis, and an unbelievable example of brownfield and other funding is the redevelopment of the commons. All of these things build our community and add to the richness.
Sure.
And bring old properties back for us now. So, and we did sell property, so I think we ended up getting, I'm not sure I understand that part, because we were able to sell property as well. We fund other departments. That's kind of what we do. This is a service. It's an important function for our county, and I think it's very, very worthy of this found money remaining with brownfield, because it'll be well used.
Commissioner Walter. I sat on the brownfield for the first 9 years it was existence. And was fully involved in this transaction. In fact, I was chair for the last 6 years of that. I fully support the setting the money aside for the brownfield. We gave me an initial infusion of $50,000 and it proved effective. And I'm sure that this money will prove effective. It's fairly budget neutral. If we sat on it for 20 years and it hasn't affected our budget, it's not gonna hurt that it sits in a thing that is active in the community to bring some businesses back, some areas back, whatever, to put them back on the tax rolls more effectively. I see buildings in some towns that would be supported by brownfield. They've got a broader expanse of what's eligible now than they did back in 2008 when this started. And some of those businesses could benefit from that, and that would put them back on the tax rolls in the county. I think it's a very effective use of the fund.
You said you had applied for a $250,000 grant.
We're actually at the tail end of it. So it was a 3-year grant. We got a 1-year extension from the EPA, and it tails off in the fall.
So there's no copay associated with that.
No, this was, and this, I believe this is actually the 4th time the county has received funding from the federal government to directly infused into the brownfield program. Yeah.
You mentioned the Gateway and Bluebird. Did the brownfield contribute funds towards either one of those 2 projects?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Provided funds for
Yeah.
both.
Yeah.
Because I know the Gateway got a lot of federal funds
Mhm.
through the EPA, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's currently a TIF plan on it.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, let me correct one thing. Just for, we used EPA grant funds, came through the brownfield to Bluebird. We nothing from brownfield itself.
You were a go-between.
Right.
So it wouldn't have come from TIF, the locally collected TIF money, you were the go-through.
Correct.
Okay. And I had just a couple more questions. I guess I've become somewhat disillusioned with the state legislature when they expanded the possible uses of brownfield money to include blighted areas. And from what I've read, blighted areas can be any area. And so I mean, because we think of brownfield as cleaning up contaminated areas. And that role has changed. What I would like to see of this, because this is not a department, this is a separate entity, but I would like to see the money folded back into the county and then let us through the budgeting process listen to what the needs are and then budget it out to brownfield rather than it be then you come back, when this money's gone and need another. I'd rather become part of a regular process because then we would have reports between us and we would be more attuned with what your thoughts are as a board and whether they align with our priorities. So that's why I'll be voting no on this. I just think it should come to the county because I do think when it was originally accepted, it was part of the sale and there was no thought that all of the money associated with the sale, especially with expenses that were unanticipated, would not come back for county coffers. And I think we're in a really tighter budget than what we think. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Robbins.
I have some questions. I don't know the answer, but kind of puzzling. $96,000 has been sitting out there for 18 years.
No, not 18 years. The forfeiture happened. Actually, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 2008. I don't know when the forfeiture actually occurred.
But I mean.
But the lane contract was in 2008.
To say maybe 10 years?
Maybe.
I mean, what are we running up here? I mean, what do we got, court jars buried up here? Land that we forgot about?
So what?
Excuse me, let me finish.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, we got this now. You know, just 2 months ago, we found out we had $270,000 over to jail that no one knew about. I mean, what's going on with our finance here? I mean, like I said, that's what it looks like. We planted court jars out there and we forgot about it. And this money could have been making interest for 10 years, so you could have had more spending power.
My understanding is, and this might be a finance department question or an answer. It's not just been sitting in cash. It has been accumulating some money, but beyond that, I can't speak to anything before I came on board on the authority and as the chair 2 years ago.
I'm for it, yeah, it's just.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, yeah.
We got people out here that are scratching their head.
Sure.
This money's been sitting out there.
And part of it too, and this is detailed in the resolution, part of the money was used to help repay a loan that it's now Eagle, that the Brownfield Authority took out with Eagle. And so then that money has been recaptured and kind of set aside. But I agree, and this is why it took some time for this to kind of come to you. This is not an issue that is, just kind of came up last month and resolved this month, or hopefully resolved this month. This has been a couple of year process to working with the finance department to roll through.
I was just gonna say two things, or three things. It has been accumulating interest while it's been as part of the land bank, or excuse me, the Development Authority. Number one. Number two, this is something that I started working on with the finance director probably the second or third week that I was here, trying to figure out, gathering all the information, trying to figure out exactly what happened. And then number three, just so people in the audience understand, we're talking about two numbers. We're talking about three numbers really. $100,000 capital infusion and loan that was made. This does not involve that at all. That's all been paid back or forgiven. The $100,000 forfeiture of the earnest money deposit, people might be wondering, well, why isn't it $100,000? Well, it's 96,000 and some change because there were closing costs that were associated with what ultimately was a failed transaction that were reimbursed from that. So that's why it's only whatever the number is in the report, $96,000 and some additional. That's the reason. So people understand that we're not talking about a full 100,000. There were some expenses that were paid by incurred by the Brownfield Authority, paid out of those funds. And the Brownfield Authority also did all the work and remediation to get the former property for sale. It did incur all of those costs as well. Paid most of that, I believe, paid through loans and grants as well, which is primarily how Brownfield Redevelopment Authorities function, is through loans and grants, not exclusively through tips. They're lucky if they have a project that comes to fruition and does develop TIF revenue. Mostly they have to get grants and other money, sometimes even from the general fund of the county. And I don't want to take a position on this because I can benefit either way. I'm a member of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and I wouldn't say no to another $100,000 coming into contingency for example. So I have to stay neutral on what we should do.
I could just say, I think you did make a motion though to approve this. No, I thought I saw that on this.
I wrote the EDS, but that you have to write a motion. Positive, you can't write a motion.
Okay, I thought you had made the motion during the meeting. I'm sorry. Okay.
I think I can clarify.
Hang on, Commissioner Wessel.
Yeah, we're fortunate to have around.
If you could clarify. I'm sorry. You done? I'm totally out here.
Okay, Commissioner Wessel, then
We're fortunate to have a brownfield authority and all counties don't have, but many do. And we have to help the brownfield authority be successful. And without resources, they can't be effective. So I strongly support this motion.
okay, Commissioner Bonnie, then I'm gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, I'd like to make amendment to the motion, is that we make it $50,000 as a loan to the brownfield, with the other going into contingency. That would be my amendment.
Support for that amendment? All right. Not guys. I think the comment that Commissioner Campbell brought up in the packet, the resolution, it does look like you moved or seconded the resolution.
And again, the
Is that what
resolution
you were
was to say
referring to, possibly?
the brownfield offers to give the forfeited proceeds plus interest totaling $96,487 to the county. So that was that's what the resolution says. That was the resolution. Yes, I did make that motion at the brownfield authority. And then it said, request the county to consider what we're asking you to consider today. So again, we're trying to clean up a mess that's been sitting there as Commissioner Robbins indicates for a considerable number of years. We're just trying to clean up a mess and get this documented the way that it should be.
That helps clarify. I just know there was some motion made and passed.
I thought you meant the motion here.
No,
The
not at all. It was at the
Yes, I did
brownfield.
make that motion.
I say that because of the
Supported by
Travis
T.
All right, just a quick question, and I have no problem with this motion. I think it benefits you guys and everything. You made a comment early on that you were saying that this was some by the end of September that your funds are gonna dry up and there's nothing, so what?
Yeah, so the $250,000 grant that the US EPA gave to us 4 years ago expires in September.
Okay.
So, and we are, if we don't expend the entire 250, we have to return the proceeds. We're coming up really close to the budget. We're like $6,000 within the 250 or something like that. So, and we still have a couple more months and some possible expenditures. For example, there's still some active work done on the Sugarloaf redevelopment. There's a couple other properties in Sutton's Bay, some possible additional work in Empire that we're looking at that just kind of keeps coming in. So we're pretty close, but the funds need to be expended by September 30. And if they're not, they return to the EPA.
Gotcha, okay, that's what you're referring to, but no, I appreciate everything you guys do there and cleaning up contamination that we do have, so appreciate that, so. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carry 5-2.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't opposed to you guys get the money. I thought I should have come back to the budget and then allocated it.
Sorry, I know this is kind of, and this might be something that we can clean up with the administrator. I'm not aware of our authority making budget requests. But because of the it's kind of like a quasi-independent nature of it, but we'll circle back.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take a quick 10-minute break and then right back.
Thank
Good to see you.
See ya. He is gonna be ready.
En route to you is a
summary of the channel. And then it's less of interest
Oh, good. Just ran out. I was gonna come in and make some.
She needs to come more.
Yeah. Well, but it's good. It's at pointing this out.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll start.
Well, I don't want, okay. But
To be honest, I didn't even remember. This should have been done with two motions.
How are you?
Secretary motion. You start out and you go to X dollars back. Whatever, and I make a motion. This much money.
You don't see her.
It's kind of a resolution.
I will not forget that. I'm not sure. On our agenda, but I can. Just getting started.
Have you sold that tower? And,
No, not yet. It's gonna be, nice
Takes a lot of.
Several $100,000. To make that property. But you made it.
The Bay Meadows and
I have several brownfield that would be your. But we do have, we wanted to communicate both things to give it back. If you want, if we mixed it. That's why we did a resolution. History of this thing. So I get your point. Bunch of ways to get it. Sometimes premium should be done one way.
reception. From the back of the room.
Oh. To have some kind of arrangement. Build that gap. I think that's what we did. I mean, they, and it was 2 steps, 3 steps. And then it really.
Yeah, I'll make my motion. Doesn't make it so many reasons different. So our program to help fill that gap is one to pass a resolution to the county. But I hope you see, get help to we don't. We should stare.
Are you free?
That's why they got a pipe. But they do have a pretty
Oh, really?
Well,
And some of these programs do.
Right now. No, you did, but yeah.
But
That's exactly what happened.
I'd like to talk about
have a good day.
How do you spell your last name?
The garden club. It's not the Leelanau County, but the one that's more so.
Oh, no, it was. That was the fourth one. There are four contributors. The Lake Association, which they're about 5 tons. Yeah. I'm not gonna bring that up, but anyway, Garden Club, no, what was listed was just parks. Oh, the fourth one was. The contractor herself was.
Don't want to do that.
There were four contributors, us, Garden Club, Lake Association, and then.
Get started. Next up on our, or first on our agenda is the sheriff's office, live scan, or no? No, community corrections. Mr. Jumping ahead there. This year 27 plan services grant application. I'm Brittany here.
Hi, my name is Britton Harrison. I'm the Community Corrections Manager for the 86th District and 13th Circuit Court. Today is just a brief overview of what our department does, as well as asking for your approval for the submitting of our annual grant through the MDOC and OCC. So if we want to go to the first slide. Thank you. So we work for the 13th Circuit and the 86th District Court. Every felony case starts with us. We do all pretrial and bond for felony cases, whether they're in district or circuit. We also monitor all GPSs, whether they're ordered for misdemeanor probation or bond in any form. We are the department that supervises that, as well as our jail alternative program, which we'll talk about a little later. But basically we get people out of the jail system with judge's approval at sentencing, and we get them into programming to hopefully stop the behaviors that got them to jail in the first place. So we do sort of like a house arrest treatment hybrid, depending on the person's needs, whether it be substance use, mental health, and we try to target those things that brought them to jail. We also have machines that we run out of our office. We are a rental agency for PVT machines and cams, as well as the GPS tethers. Our grant does cover all testing on our machines for OWI third cases, as well as for anybody who has a victim, we can pay for their GPS out of our grant. If you want to go to the next slide.
Is that the slide you were referring to?
Yes, thank you. We have 5 positions on our team. We have 2 pretrial officers. They handle all of our felony bond supervision, GPS supervision for those cases, as well as testing supervision. We have a jail alternative officer. She monitors all of our jail alternative clients, whether they be misdemeanor or felony cases. And then we have a compliance officer who handles all of our testing compliance as well as financials for the machines. If we want to go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So our total budget is a combination from all the 3 counties in the district, as well as our grant funding. Equipment rentals are based on percentages. So people will pay for their equipment rental fees. And so we don't actually have to pull money from either the county's budgets or our grant funding for anything but the OWI third or the GPSs for people who have victims in their cases. Any revenues go normally towards paying for lost machines or for people who have finished bond or probation and haven't paid their fees in total. So we can cover those costs in-house instead of asking the counties or the grant for more money to cover those things. Our grant for this year, we are requesting $316,501.25. A significant portion of all of our budget goes to our wages and benefits. However, that grant does cover those additional programmings, as well as we're making a request for a little bit of an extra funding this year to cover a new program that we're starting. So I will talk about that more towards the end. So we can go to the next slide. So our most important goal is public safety. We, as a not contractor, but as a part of the court, we want people to know that we have the responsibility to put public safety first. We protect identified parties in cases. We make bond recommendations based off of best practice approved assessments called the praxis. And so that we can help the courts and prosecutors as well as victims in cases to move their case forward in the best way for everyone. And then we are also going to be requesting another staff person in the 2028 budget. We made some adjustments this year to hopefully lighten the load for our pretrial officers. Our jail alternative officer is going to be assisting with some of our bond cases as well. But in the next grant cycle, if projections keep going the way they're going, we will be requesting more funding for an additional person. Most of that can be through the grant. However, there may be a slight increase to our requests from the counties once that budget comes through finance. All right, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. As you can see, these are our year projections as well as past numbers for our different programs. This year we are projected a little less than last year, but it's still more than what the state is asking for from us. So generally for our pretrial assessments, they want us to be around 500. As you can see, we have either met or exceeded that goal since the 2021-22 area. And so we have done that for all of our programs since 2021-2022. And so we're using that to kind of guide our request for an additional person next year. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So in our grant application this year, it is slightly higher than last year. We are requesting funds to cover the first month recovery housing fees for our jail alternative clients. When people are coming out of the jail, a lot of times they've lost their job, they've lost their insurance coverage, or they need it to be re-upped. And they don't have necessarily the bankroll to get housing right out the gate. And so we are hoping to kind of bridge that gap a little so that we can give people funding for 1 month in a recovery house. That way they can get employed and they can get resources in order to be able to provide for that housing for themselves, but just with a little assistance from our grant. We also are looking into the RFP process for different opioid settlement funds to address participant needs in regards to counseling. Again, insurance is a major struggle, as one of our public commenters alluded to earlier. And so we are hoping to kind of bridge that gap by using some grant funding and some opiate settlement dollars to do that. We are also trying to use opiate settlement funds when it comes to testing, especially urinary analysis for felony bond, and then the first month for our jail alternative. Both of these things are very expensive, and unfortunately our MDOC OCC grant can't cover any more when it comes to testing than we already do for the OWI thirds. And so we are looking at alternative options to kind of bridge that gap.
Can I ask,
Of course.
on that subject? 1 month is not very long
For the housing?
to support like counseling, and would you see a need for funding for longer term counseling and assistance if needed?
So for the counseling piece, we're looking at an interim basis. So if people are waiting on their Medicaid or are in the portal trying to get insurance, we're going to be walking through those steps with them so that we know where they're at. And we can determine funding based kind of honestly on effort as well as feedback from Medicaid. So that wouldn't have the 1 month cutoff like the housing would for the jail alternative. Our jail alternative clients with the housing piece, they have to be employed. That's part of their criteria when they come onto our program, is we want to get them integrated back into society and into the community in a healthy and productive way. And so for them, the goal is for them to be self-sufficient pretty quickly. But for those, when it comes to insurance, that's a different piece than housing. So the housing is the 1 month, but the insurance covering for counseling is more on a case-by-case basis. Does that answer your question?
Do you have very many opiate clients?
Yes.
From Leelanau County?
From Leelanau County specifically, it depends on what we're looking at. For our jail alternative, no, I would say, I don't know that we've had any this year. For bond, we have had, I would say, a few at least.
Okay. Thank you.
Russell?
I move to recommend approval of submittal of the annual MDOC OCC 2027 13th Circuit Community Corrections Grant application and adoption of the resolution in the amount of $316,000, $316,501.25. Oh, did I fumble that up?
That's four. Or are you done with your presentation?
Yes, I was. Thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate it.
Any other discussion?
Can I ask you, where we have the RFP process for opioid funding? Is that something you might apply for?
Yes, so I'm on the committee for the Grand Traverse County, so I've got a really good pulse on that one. And then I've been keeping an eye on Antrim's and you guys' process to keep an eye out for those RFPs, and I'm hoping to apply for funds from everybody to cover their own districts. So if I do apply for funding from you guys, it won't be for very much. It will be based on our workload with Leelanau County, so that we're not. Yeah.
And we'd love to know what that is. When you narrow it,
Yeah.
zone in on a figure.
Okay, I can include you. Would you like to be included when I request the RF or when I do the RFP? Okay, I can do that.
Well, yeah, I see.
Any other discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. All right, item number 2, we've got Sheriff's Office license first.
Good morning. Morning. So our LifeScan machine's broken. So it's approximately $5,280 to replace it. LifeScan does the APHIS fingerprinting for us, so it's working part-time. Probably what percentage of time, Bill, here?
Yeah, it's probably 50-50 now because it's still running on Windows XP. This is the unit that's in the administrative area of the sheriff's office for applicant fingerprints, anywhere from CPLs to medical licenses to daycares to teachers. If my memory serves me, that was original to the building, the same one that was in the jail when we moved in here in 2005. So we've been limping it along. They've done some things to get it to work with XP, but it's finally just end of life.
Mr. Walter? I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of the new live scan unit for ID Networks for a quarter amount of $5,280 funds purchase.
Support.
Order, discussion? Commissioner White?
Yeah, to me, this is an ideal thing that should have been gone through 2% funding. And that's something that, I know this is emergency, but this is something, if you know that it's that old.
I agree.
We should, and if you have any other kind of equipment over there that's, outdated or on a different thing, let's do 2% funding to get the money to come into the county, and help us out with our budget.
Yeah, I agree. It was kind of working, then it wasn't a little bit, got it going, and it just kind of died on us. So that's why, but I totally agree with you. This is totally grantable. It's a small amount and they've got funds for that normally, but.
So please be looking for things like
Yeah.
this. I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Wessel?
Do we know the source of funds?
The only thing I can speak to on that is in 2024, the jail did the same thing. We had to replace ours. According to what I found, funds came from fund balance forward, placed in the jail's capital outlay, and that's where I made that purchase.
Chad Brown.
We'll figure that out within the sheriff's department.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Yep.
Chair, I gotta ask one question since we have him here. I'm a little concerned, I was talking to the undersheriff the other day, going into summer in April, we had the highest fuel bill ever. So what are we taking for the cost?
Well, we put an email out to everybody. Everybody knows fuel costs are up for road commission, for recreation, personal, private, business. It's up. Talk to people, try not to waste any mileage, try to make it a point A to B thing and not drift around. That comes out negative in that if you're not patrolling miles, you don't pick up people speeding in this township or that we're slower. We tend to put most of our time, money and effort into Elmwood and Sutton's Bay Township because the number of people, number of accidents where we've had fatals. We have some fairly large interest in certain stretches, like for instance, our 416 or secondary road position. They work like the 641, 643, 633 type road, 677, where we've had a lot of accidents. That vehicle's focused there and on school bus traffic type violations. But it will have a negative effect. To what effect, I don't know, but I would hope it wouldn't. But reality is, the less you patrol, the more issues you're gonna have. This weekend, I'm gonna say we had 5 or 6 different individuals that got doing 80+ miles an hour, anywhere from 79 to 85 miles an hour. One ended up in a bad crash, one ended up in an oil rust, which I was on Saturday. A lot of crazy drivers now this time of year, spring, break. So all we're doing is telling people, please try to hold back on your mileage best you can. And that's all we can do. We did have one change coming. I told you we'd have a marine safety class in June. DNR is now requiring all instructors to go to another school. So we can't get them in until like July 18th. So sometime around July 20th, 25th, we'll have our marine safety school, which we did have planned for about June 18th. So we just have to back it up a month. That's the only other big plan. But, we're lucky. We had one drowning last year. We had one fall off a dock in Sutton's Bay, and some years are 1 to 2 drownings, 1 to 3 fatal accidents. We're really blessed here in this county. We don't have a lot of really bad things happening, and I attribute a lot to that because our deputies are out on patrol. They are putting miles on, and they're out there with the public interacting, and I think that's important. They know we support them, but we're also, the deputies. I was looking through all the tickets I took over to court yesterday, and people are doing like 75, 80, 82 miles an hour, and they're getting a ticket for 5 over, which I think is good on the part of deputies, like slow it down. We're gonna give you a break so your insurance doesn't go up. You don't have to pay high fines, but get your act together, slow it down. And I think that's good. And then people, I think, believe in the deputies more in the mission of the sheriff's office. That we're nice guys, but please don't put us in a position of doing 80 miles an hour and expect a warning. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have emergency management, Senator Tarleton, Matt Harris.
Good morning. Okay, so Verizon has approached us about changing their equipment on the central tower. And we've gone through negotiations with them in order to have the amendment for their tower lease agreement. Typically what happens with that is I try to work in a term extension into these lease agreements because as was explained to me by our county attorney when I started this position, is that the board's position was to limit these tower lease agreements to 15 years. Every cellular company is going to want to be on the tower for 100 years. So I try to take it upon myself to work in these lease extensions whenever they want to change their equipment into these tower lease amendments. The last 2 times, including this one, Verizon has elected not to pursue that course. They wanted to go about it in a separate negotiation, which we have begun already. And first, I'd just like to ask the board their direction, whether we want to adhere to the 15-year maximum for these tower lease agreements, or can we entertain 20 years or 25? It's going to come into play with Verizon on this negotiation, since they don't want to pursue how I've been doing it in the past. But other than that, we do have, the Verizon got back with me yesterday with a red line to the amendment. The county attorney has already approved it as of yesterday, so I'll make sure that that's in the regular board packet for you to see. Minor changes, nothing substantial. But we have this amendment that's ready to move forward, and I'm currently negotiating with Verizon in order to extend their lease at the Central Tower site. And I would just like the board to say yes or no if we want to adhere to 15 years, or if we would entertain a longer term.
Money?
I know that the airport has them for 30 years, you know, because Costco would not do it, in fact, and then with a 20-year extension guaranteed. So they have the minimum of 50 years they're going to have it. So I would be okay with us going 25 or 30 years.
Okay.
So I would make that motion that we change that policy to go to a 30-year lease.
To my knowledge, there's not really a policy that made that preference or something expressed by a previous board, but you're not bound by that in any sense. But you can authorize Matt to increase the, increase the number of years on a lease if you choose.
I would make a motion to authorize him to negotiate with them, and I would say up to 30 years with that.
That's fair.
Support that.
Supported. Is there discussion?
So this is separate than the.
It would be separate. I was just looking for guidance in the negotiation. It wasn't really part of what I put before you today, but I do appreciate.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Exactly, exactly. It was related, but.
This has nothing to do with cell service on 22 between Leland and Glen Arbor.
Unfortunately, no.
Between here and Thunder Bay.
Yeah, right.
So do you have extensions on these as well, add in?
Typically, the tower lease the terms are for 5 years, and we typically include the initial term and 2 renewals, so a maximum of 15. We can make additional 5-year terms on top of that now, so that should go a long way with the negotiations.
We'll give you 40 if they'll.
Well, we
cell
got a
service
motion
between
for it,
you
so let's vote on that.
All right.
True.
Any more discussion on that motion?
Yes, on the contracts, how binding are they? They can either party like give a year's notice and get out of them? Or?
There's typically 60-day notice to terminate, yes.
Negotiate that they put it on this tower.
I would love to, yeah. That goes beyond the business model, but yeah, I would love to.
All right, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Carried 7-0. So I guess just for a regular meeting, I guess the clerk will make a note of that we had a different motion here, so, or another motion, so.
I move the county board of commissioners approve the first amendment to the tower lease agreement for Verizon Wireless Central Tower and authorize the county board chairman to sign the amendment.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Not all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Before you take off, can I just ask it, is kind of budgeted amount of the exact same as the contracted amount? Do you have that exact amount in our budget?
That is what the, I don't remember if that's an annual, yeah, that's the annual total for the tower.
Okay.
Nothing was changing because none of the finances were touched on this.
So you
negotiation.
had that information prior to our budget?
Yes.
That was just kind of.
Yep.
All right. You're gonna be here for our next one, or?
That was the assess. I handled that for him.
All right.
Prepared to do so.
We'll do equalization and I'll let the administrator
Sure.
take it on.
You have before you the proposed L 4029, which is the form that we were required to set our 2026 tax rate. And the calculation that Andrew's done indicates that the maximum tax rate for county operating that we could impose under the rollback provisions of the Headley Amendment is 3.2002. That's a reduction from 3.2520 from the 2025 rate. That's a reduction of 0.0498 mils. He also reports that he also reports the taxable value of all properties as of the 26th of May is what you have to certify in this report. For Leelanau Township is $4,550,594,941. So that's actually an increase of $242,244,139 over and above the taxable value for 2025. The rollback itself, applying the 2026 taxable value, represents a 221,639.62 reduction in taxes based upon the new taxable value and the new rate compared to 2025. He's also included the calculations that produce the reduced rate, but I think you should focus on the L 4029 itself. Would also I mentioned before that there's currently legislative proposals to eliminate the state transfer tax. That will not have an impact on this tax at all, but it would have an impact on state revenues. But the purpose of that is to try to eliminate the cost of transfer of property in Michigan. The second significant proposal in the legislature, though, right now does have an impact on this. There is a proposal in the legislature to restrict or eliminate the uncapping of taxable value at the time of sale. Obviously, that would make a difference in a county, particularly impact Leelanau County, because we have so many high value properties, and that it would also create an interesting market in the resale of homes, because if you were able to sell the property uncapped at the reduction in tax rates, you're going to end up having people that's going to be an element of the sale at the time that occurs. People are going to look for properties that will not be uncapped for some reason. So it's just something that you need to consider. And just keep in mind that any reduction in the amount, you can pick a number lower than 3.2002, as that's just the maximum you cannot exceed based upon Headley. But just keep in mind that any reduction of 0.1 mil would result in a $450,000 reduction in revenue for 2020, primarily 2027. Even a 0.01 mil reduction is a $45,000 reduction in revenue. So you should keep that in mind. If you have a particular number that you are that you are thinking of using rather than the maximum of 3.2002, I could do a quick calculation. It's quite easy to do so.
Money?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer that we do a reduction, of approximately $200,000 in that. So the number that I had come up with is 3.1900. And that would give us approximately, right now we just gave 100,000 to the brownfield. So we're showing that we don't need the money in our fund, and we're very willing to do it, so I would make a motion to reduce it by 200,000. Sure.
Is there support to that motion? Okay.
I have a different idea, so I'll support it just for discussion.
Okay, now discussion on the motion. Money?
Yeah, I just think that, we have plenty of funds, and just as Commissioner Robbins has said, that we're finding funds all over the place. I know that when Kathy was here, she pointed out that we had 23 million in different funds available. I mean, they're all designated for different things, but, and that's important, but they're also there. And that's all tax dollars taken from the people of Leelanau County. And as John pointed out here, there were $4 million in delinquents, which is a lot. And I think that's indicating that we are getting high in our taxes. We have the highest value in the state. So obviously we have some of the highest taxes in the state, even though it's low military.
All right, Commissioner Wessel?
Yeah, I think the treasurer should be at the table. I think he's indicated to us that our budget is tight.
I had an emergency he had to run family emergency, had to run 2 months in hospital. He just sent me a text message.
I will amend the motion that's on the table. I would like to amend it to say that we would maintain the maximum taxable rate allowed by our reductions of 3.2002.
I'll support that.
All right, so now we have a motion and amendment, so discussion on the amendment.
I would suggest that those are such opposite motions that it doesn't make sense to amend that first motion. If you don't want the first motion, let's vote that down.
Fortunately, we have an amendment. I can't do that. So any other discussion on the amendment?
How do you rectify that?
Well, we have a motion on the.
We have an amendment.
If we do it, then.
I gotta honor that amendment, so, and we've got a second, so we gotta honor that, so. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Please read I'm sorry, but could you please read what our motion would say?
Amendment?
Which one, the amendment or the original?
First
motion?
All of it, because the amendment goes with
the amendment.
motion.
All you're doing is amending
The amount.
Yeah.
All you're doing is the thing that I changed.
Could you read the entire?
Yes. To recommend to the Leelanau County Board to approve the millage rate for the county operations that does not exceed the maximum allowed millage levy, which is column 9. Place that millage rate in the column 10 as the millage rate requested to be levied on July 1st and return the L429 to the equalization director. So the amendment would stay as this is stated. The original would change that levy amount to 3.199. Did I get that right? 3.1.
1900.
Oh, 00.
So that was the motion, and now the amendment.
The amendment puts it back with the original amount.
Oh, you read the amendment first, okay, got it.
And if I could speak to the amendment.
Yep.
We are just going into the budget process. We talked about during the last budget process how tight the budget was. Our treasurer has told us that our cash flow is an issue. We are reducing the tax rate from this year, but keeping it within the responsible. I mean, it is the lowest tax rate in the state for county government. And yes, we have high property values, but we're not excessively taxing our population. We're providing the services we need. And I don't think we can reduce by 200,000 unless you're willing to identify where that cut would be, just show you here.
Just gave 100 away.
All right, any other discussion? Commissioner Campbell?
I do question the ability to understand, maybe my ability to understand one motion with two tax rates. And that to me seems confusing to the public and obviously confusing to me. My original thought was that I'm fine with allocating because I think we are, without it being stated by anyone officially, I think we're, if not close to a structural budget deficit, we are in one. So I'm fine. I think, well, depending who you talk to, the treasurer, whoever. But my point being, I would be fine levying the upper amount if we designate as part of that we start building our contingency fund, that a portion, the $200,000 we would have saved, that we commit, I don't know if we commit to the motion or just commit among ourselves to include that in a rainy day fund. Because I think we have to start preparing for that. I think just hearing from the number of delinquencies makes you think that times won't always be clear. So I don't mind at all. I do. I mean, I'd rather reduce, but I don't like the idea of increasing our revenue. I believe our revenue would increase $500,000. Am I right on that, Mr. Dyer?
Let me, hang on, let me check that.
I think our revenue would increase by $500,000. I know a lot of that's going to be eaten up with our union contracts and higher wages. But I would like to start putting some of that away as a rainy day fund.
And health insurance.
Health insurance is going to be, yeah.
Yes, it's about 540,000 would be the difference between, and like our discussion the other day is putting some of that towards expenditures at the rate of inflation, and the rest of that towards, as you describe, a rainy day fund. Really have two funds that we use for that. There's the budget stabilization fund, which is very restricted, and there's the contingency fund, which is a budgeted non-carryover fund that would be less restrictive than the budget stabilization fund is. So I think that's track that for budget purposes, I think I'd like to see us on, but it's your decision.
All right, Commissioner Robbins.
I think all of us would like to see cuts, but the question I have is, we've been down this road a few years ago. You're saying 200,000. Well, what's that going to save for taxpayers? Last time we did this, it saved 66 cents. So, I mean, if you're going to throw 200,000 up there, what's it going to save the taxpayers?
10,000 each.
Huh?
About $1,000 a piece.
All right. I don't want to have it back and forth here, so you done with your statement? Thank you, Commissioner Algar.
I just like to remind us all that our budget goes to serve the public. It's not like we're a fun operation here. Everything we do is a service that the public needs, and we're funding that. So I don't think we do anything frivolous here. But we do have a responsibility to provide services. That's our constitutional mandate.
All right, one more comment before we vote on the amendment.
We do have the highest tax rate per capita. Yes, it's a low millage rate, but per capita, we have the highest, or at least the second highest, not the highest. So for the people that we have here, everybody's paying tremendous amount of taxes. And so I believe we need to help our people out, especially the young families. So if they've got 4 or 5 children, you're talking $5,000 or $6,000 for that family that we're talking about. You know, and that's the kind of thing that we're here to do, to help them out. And I agree, that would be a great service we would provide to them if we did that for them. And last year, we said, well, it's our first year in here as a board, so we have to go through a budget process to be able to decide. And if we can go through that budget process and we can find, I know we can find $200,000 worth of cuts. You know, and I would say we found one right here today, and we just gave it away to the brownfield. But, and so I see it all the time that we have the money, whether we have cars or not, but so that I believe that we have more than enough to do this. And when there's $4 million going to come back to the delinquency fund, they're going to actually have more money than they had last year because of all the fines and interest that's paid to them. So we'll actually get more money out of it.
All right, got a question for you. You mentioned, was it $5,000 to $6,000 per family? Where do you get that number? Or where do you draw that number from?
Well, if you've got $200,000, we got 20,000 people. You know, there's 100 or 200 or even $1,000 per person. If they've got a 5 family.
This is per parcel, not by person.
Well, and I know that, but I'm just saying it is per person. She asked, how much would people be back? That's what you're talking about, is per person in the county, what goes back to it.
Wow. All right. Commissioner Campbell, then we're gonna.
I really want. The math is not right.
Well, then, okay.
I really want to test. Everybody's not getting it.
I'd like to call the
Okay.
question.
I really like to test.
I'd
All right, order here, order.
like to call the question.
I'm sorry, but I was recognized.
Point of order.
I was recognized.
Let Commissioner Campbell finish.
Because I didn't quite get a response one way or the other, I would like to amend the motion to say $200,000 goes into some type of rainy day fund as part of our budget process. So
that's the amendment to the original amendment?
that is, you know, I honestly, I couldn't bastardize that anymore. So I'm just gonna, if that's the direction we're going, then.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I would second.
I think you would.
All right, so we have a second to the second amendment, discussion on the second amendment.
I'm very uncomfortable doing that before we do budget. I think this is the kind of discussion we have in the budget process.
All right.
I have a comment, just because I don't want to leave here today and have Commissioner Campbell say that the amendment was out of order. All we did was change the number from 1.9909 to 2. I mean, that's how you do amendments.
All right, Commissioner Walter. Oh.
I call the question, get it over with. God's sake.
All right, so we got the second amendment, which Commissioner Campbell offered that we have to vote on. All in favor of that second amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
To put in the budget that it's gonna be
For contingency.
mandated for contingency. So
Right.
you guys are doing budget right now.
Yeah.
All right, so
No.
can you do a roll call? on
Yeah, I
that?
didn't hear that.
Don't get
Us
confused
eyes
here.
were
Yeah.
exuberant and loud.
This is amendment number 2,
Correct.
Yeah.
to add 200,000, to the motion to add 200,000 for contingency. To contingency. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Oh.
Commissioner Walter,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Commissioner Bunting.
Yes.
Passes 4-3.
All right, now we're on to the first amendment, which was increasing the rate or keeping the rate as it was in there. So all in favor?
So wait a
No,
minute.
I think we're ready.
This is the original?
No, so,
No,
so.
we're back to the
I'll-
first amendment
Yeah,
now.
I'll do a roll call on this one too.
Okay, the
This is-
first amendment.
Yeah.
This is amendment number 1, which does not change the rate other than the rate that's been proposed in the column on the L 429.
Correct.
And that motion was by Commissioner Wessel. Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunting,
No.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes. I wish I should have asked
Just
the question
give us a
before.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter.
Yes.
Amendment passes 6-1.
All right, now we're back to the original motion with all the amendments adopted. So,
Oh,
Wait a
okay.
minute, how can you do,
Yes.
Did we vote on the
Correct.
amendments
Okay,
twice?
so this is the
No.
full
Okay.
amount.
Yep, we're back to the full amount now with the only thing that we've changed from the packet is we have the full amount plus the amendment that Commissioner Campbell offered that the 200,000 gets put into contingency.
And this is gonna be Commissioner Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Walter,
No.
Commissioner Wessel.
I am confused.
Me too.
Because I thought we.
No.
original motion
Hey,
was.
let the clerk read off the original motion
So,
with the amendment now that everything what we're voting on.
Two amendments.
so because the amendment passed with Commissioner Wessel's amendment, Commissioner Bunnick's original motion now becomes without the reduction.
Okay.
So would you like to revote?
And
Yeah.
contingency.
And contingency.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get another piece of paper.
Would you like to read what the motion
Yes.
should be?
Sure, yeah.
The motion should read as follows. I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners a millage rate of 3.202 that does not exceed the maximum allowable levy and place 3.002 in the column 10 as the millage rate requested to be levied on July 1, comma, return the L 4029 11 form to the equalization director, comma, and place $200,000 into contingency in the 2027 budget.
$200,000 of that
amount be held in contingency in the 2027 budget.
Does everybody understand that motion? All right, I see the heads nodding, so go ahead and do the roll call on that then.
Commissioner Bunnick. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins.
No.
Commissioner Walter,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner Elgar,
Yes.
4-3.
Got through that. Thank you.
Sausage.
All right, so moving on to prosecutor's office. We got the prosecutor here. It's all watching all the entertainment.
I've got an easy one. I'm seeking the amendment of our abuse neglect contract we have with DHHS. It's due to expire at the end of this, the end of September, and the proposed amendment would be to extend that expiration date to September 30th, 2027. And it basically continues our contract. There's a little bit of maybe a payment increase, but in any event, it's pretty routine. I come here every year for the same thing. I think I'm here a little earlier than you.
Walter?
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the MA 23-609 amendment number 1, extending the current contract to 30 September 27.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Kind of boring, you know.
I love to be boring.
I want to be boring.
Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, moving on to now item number 7, which is plan of community development, 2026 remonumentation grant.
And I know that Gail was expecting to be back after a medical appointment, but apparently she's not at the moment. This is again, also a routine grant that we apply for every year through the state of Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. We had $30,667 to do monumentation. They're going to do some, this year, going to do some meander corners. And she indicates it'll be a few years until we get into a maintenance phase. There's still some corners that need to be done, and that's the reason we're applying for the grant to do that work.
Mr. Money?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners recommend the 2026 remonumentation grant in the amount of $30,667. Support.
Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Thank you. Next up, we got Parks and Rec. Got Mr. Dub out here. First, we got the Old Settlers Smoky Flower Maintenance Program.
Right. Both of the requests for this month are traditional, where we've done them every year for several years. So the first one is to make a contribution to the fund for maintenance of the monkey flower beds at Old Settlers Park. We've done this now for going on 19 years, I think, was the total number of years. Included in the packet is a memo from Laurel regarding talking about the monkey flower, the fact that it's only one of 23 endangered species sites for that particular flower. I will note that because of the decrease in the contribution available from the Glen Lake Women's Group, that the request for this year is higher to the county, from $960 last year to $1,300 this year. So that's the first of the two items we have on the agenda for you.
I would like to just comment that the garden club has given $500 for monkey flowers for years, and that's not listed here. So maybe the women's club has stepped out, because I don't know. But that has been a $500 funding source for years.
Yeah, I mean, I was told that because of financial reasons for that group, they had to reduce their contribution or eliminate their contribution for this year.
Not ours.
Not,
Not my garden club.
And something that perhaps it was the Lake Association that's what I had remembered.
Okay.
Anyway, the garden club should be.
From the
yeah,
presentation.
I'm sorry, the Glen Lake Association, not the Women's Group.
All right. So we have a motion or? Oh.
I will make a motion. I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve. No, I'm on to fish. Where's the other one?
94.
Oh, just a.
Onto your fish. I move to recommend that the 10-year partnership with Laurel Moran LLC for the care of the endangered Michigan monkey flower habitat at Old Settlers Park for the 2026 season in the amount of $1,300, with funds to come from repairs and maintenance. 101-850-756-775.
I'll second that.
Supported by Commissioner Campbell. Discussion.
Just correct the records, because you've been getting money, 500.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah, Commissioner Wessel.
I'm going to support it, but here's another one. I'm surprised Commissioner Bunnigan said we could request some 2% money for something like that. Have we gone to the township for money? And I'm just a little bit concerned that we raised it by $400 this year. And next year, will it be 400 more? And we have limited amount of money to spend on one park, and I just think we ought to explore other options for it, or else have it come out of the Parks and Recreation budget.
I mean, this does come out of the Parks and Recs budget.
I thought it was coming out of our maintenance budget.
Well, that's Parks and Recs maintenance budget.
Okay.
I mean, both of these projects that we're talking about here are included in this year's funding in the budget, as far as budget space is concerned.
I still believe we ought to look at other sources.
Yeah, we did not contemplate, because we've done this so many years now, we didn't contemplate ever doing a 2% grant application for this fund.
Commissioner Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, this initially started out at, I think, $400. And the only reason it started is because they were using the flowers to go sit on the centerpiece table at Lava Cause. You know, we're cutting those flowers and putting them on as centerpiece. And I think I remember Peachy talking about it, because that's how she found out that they were rare. So, and so it's grown from there, you know, it keeps going, and these will grow all along west, I would call it West Big Glen. This is not the only place they're there. I know there's by the creek that's down there. I don't know the name.
No, that's a different flower. That's a different yellow flower.
Well, they blow around there, because she was picking them right down by La Because.
Those are monkey flowers.
Okay.
Those are some other brand, some other flower.
The information I have says they are,
Okay.
and, you know, and I just think that this is something that we don't need to keep spending, especially it stayed the same size and now we're spending $1,200 instead of $400. I just think that this is one place where we can save. This was started right away.
First of all, the size of the planting bed in front of Old Settlers Park has grown. It's large, much larger now than it ever was. And it's in much better shape. But if you stop maintaining it, it will very quickly get overrun by other species of plants that are in that area. So it depends on whether you want to maintain that or not.
Campbell?
And, you know, I think that the monkey flower needs a better name, because it's certainly not getting the respect I think it's due here. They are rare, and we're very blessed in Leelanau County to be in a spot, especially in the Glen Lake watershed, where there is a sizable population. The thing that makes this unique is that they're rare to the point of, I mean, I'm not necessarily a go out and look for flower person, but among some folks, they go out and they search them out. And it's fairly well hidden. As a matter of fact, the Leelanau Conservancy did a big story about monkey flowers in the Hatland Creek watershed, and made a special point to say, no, we're not going to tell you where they are, and please stay away from them. This is a learning bed of monkey flowers. We have a plaque there. We have a viewing platform there. So folks who don't want to wear waders and get out in the muck, they're never going to see a monkey flower, and they're certainly never going to learn about one. This is and the partnership that developed between the four organizations. I don't think among endangered species, I don't know of another partnership that's quite like that, where you have a women's club, where you have the contractor, you have the county, and the Lake Association all joining to say this is important enough.
And a gardens club.
Did I say that?
said
Women's. I keep saying that. It's because there's two women's clubs, the Glen Lake and the Glen Arbor Women's Club, but the Garden Club needs more consideration also. I understand what you guys are saying. There's other sources of money, and I think this was kind of being on the Parks Commission. This surprised us when we had to increase the amount. It was really too late to go back and apply at that particular moment. So,
All right, Commissioner Robbins?
I love being commissioner. I learned so much. I mean, I wish we would have had this meeting about a week ago. I would have known what flowers to get for Mother's Day, but on that, I'm calling the question.
All right. All right, we need a second on calling the question. I always forget. No, okay. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1. All right, all in favor of the motion, the original motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1.
So,
I would encourage us to read this, and it's an endangered species.
all right, let's get on with the meeting.
All right, now we're on to purchase of fish for Kids Fishing Day.
Fishy one.
I move to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of fish for the Lagus Fishing Farms and restock ponds Veronica Valley in preparation for Kids Fishing Day in the amount not to exceed $8,566. Funds coming from 101-850-756-727.00. Support.
Moved and supported, discussion. Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 6-0 with one abstention.
Thank you.
Hey, one quick thing, I'm gonna move this along. On the fish here, you know, it has, I've noticed it's gone up from like 5 to, we're up to.
This is the same amount as last year.
Yeah, but it's going up over the years, but I guess, have you as a board, Parks Board, looked for a sponsor like Myers or Elmer's?
We have all sorts of sponsors. Well, from Kids Fishing Day.
Kids Fishing Day.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that the kids fishing day that works sort of like a nonprofit. We're not organized like a nonprofit, but like Leelanau Lake Association is our fiduciary. And no, we've not gone to Myers, and we've not gone to Home Depot because it is strictly local contributions that help fund this. Lake Leelanau Community Association, the Fish Hook, Dick's Poorhouse, Cherryland. We do have some like Cherryland who contributes, but we really do try to keep it more of a local. And now I'm sure we're headed uphill because we have a new finance director. I happen to be sleeping with her and she's very cute. And I'm sure that donations are going to rise tremendously with her help. And yeah.
TMI.
All right.
Let's point this out. That's the association's finance director, not the county's finance. Okay. Don't make stupid comments like that. All right, moving on to. Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with
See you,
us.
Charles.
Moving on to administration, item number 8, which is 2% allocation. Address that.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the submission of the enclosed 2% allocation application for Northwest Regional Medical Control Authority to purchase of radios and physician response vehicle amount of $17,476.84.
Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion. Mr. Money.
Yeah, I would just like to point out, I talked with Matt and Sorgi about the radios. Amy Fairchild, who's the lady who's the manager of this, comes to our meetings occasionally, and in that the fire chiefs are discussing radio purchases, and I've actually talked with Matt about should we go for 2% funding on it, and he said he would not want to do it individually. He would like to do it as a group. And that way we get our best pricing and handle it. Plus, he didn't know that she was applying for this at all. So I really believe that it's not a Leelanau County thing, it's a regional. So, and then it's a nonprofit, which, always sets off bells for me. But to me, I think it has 3 strikes against it. One, it's regional. One, it hasn't been discussed with our emergency management director. And then it could undermine what we're trying to do as a county when we go for and he's saying we'll go for 2% funding for our radios. And then again, she's asking for Kenwood radios where the whole system is based on Motorola, so that we've actually focused on. So I don't believe that we really should be doing 2% in this case.
Any other discussion? Yeah, Bill?
But first off, that was my wife. Apparently there was some confusion about who I might spend the time with.
We moved on from that.
Okay, we're moving on to that. But was this, we have a 2% policy. Was this one of those that that's already come before us?
No, this is not, this is new to you. The deadline for submitting these requests to the tribe is the end of this month. You've approved several of them already. This is a new one coming to you.
Does this meet our deadline for informing us? We have a policy that says we have to get these in advance. Does this meet that policy?
I don't, off the top of my head, I can't tell you.
I don't believe it does. No, I mean, that should be.
You don't have to.
We have a 2% policy that backdates when they have to come before us. And that's why last month or 2 months ago, we already said who we're going to apply for. We got a new grant policy further on the agenda. I think it's important that what we have on the books that we follow.
And we did get an additional request yesterday.
Right.
And that person was told that it would be on the deadline by Lauren. So I concur with you. I don't think we should approve this because it doesn't fit with our existing policy.
Okay, any other discussion? All right. Not fair, the motion, say aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails 0-7, okay.
Did anyone vote yes down there?
He did.
I did, I was made, no,
You want to be a name?
yeah, I just
All right.
popped out, I don't know why.
Because nobody else was going to, you want to be different.
I'm trying to move.
Doesn't look like
it.
I should withdraw one, forget we ever talked about it. I was
like
trying to move things along.
Moving on to number B, 9B, strategic plan RFP discussion proposals. Mr. Dyer.
Yeah, I tried to lay out as much as I possibly could, the significant amount of time it's taken to try to weed through 36 proposals. A lot of them are very, very similar in their nature. You'll see from the bid tabulation that there's a really wide variety of prices. Of the 36, there are 13 now. I said 12 in the report, but that's after we did the recalculation on the Giffords-Webster report number 20. There are some that are in excess of $200,000 and close to 900 or $90,000 and more. So I'm just asking for some assistance in whittling this down and understanding what you'd like to see in terms of process going forward. I suggested a couple things that would you want to consider a maximum amount. I suggested 50,000, that would limit it to review now 13 submissions. Consideration of specific experience, whether the proposal considers community engagement, how does it wish to present community engagement. Some of them talked about doing a survey, some of them talked about having focus groups and town halls. Some of those things I think are what you're gonna, I think you need to decide what process you want and then select the applicant that comes closest to that process and probably dollar amount.
All right, some discussion. Your money?
Yeah, well, I would make the motion that we limit it to $50,000 maximum. I really think that's a lot more than I ever anticipated this would be, but looking at these bids, I would think that at least we're, that would be possible. So anyway, I would make that motion.
I don't know that you necessarily need a motion, but if you have we could, what I was anticipating is crafting a motion from the discussion that we would present to you at your next week. So one element would be limited to 50,000.
I must be the most naive person here when it comes to the cost for these things, because frankly, I had no anticipation that $30,000 would be considered cheap for one of these. So I'm kind of like, maybe we need to par down what we're expecting from them. It's hard for me to justify $30,000 for this process. That's what's in my heart. Sorry.
So if we're talking about what's in our heart, we've been talking for the last few hours about not wanting to spend any money. And now we're talking about spending $50,000 on a strategic plan. I'm uncomfortable with it.
Uncomfortable. Go ahead.
Just spending this much money on something. I agree, it costs money. These people are good. They have had full careers. We're paying, they deserve to be paid. They're good, they're smart, they do good stuff. Can we afford this?
Mr. Wessel?
Well, I think it's critical that we have a strategic plan for the county. And I think we can do that, and I don't think it has to be something really fancy. And I don't think we're talking about town hall meetings all across the county. I think the primary thing is for us to, as a commission, the Board of Commissioners agree on what our long-term strategies are, long-term goals are, long-term priorities. We address our capital improvement plan, and it's up to us to provide some of that input from the public. And it's also up to us to give the public an opportunity to come and talk to us about it. But I don't think, I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Campbell. I don't always are, so. I don't want to spend $50,000. I'd prefer to spend $25,000, $30,000, but have a darn good strategic plan.
All right, and both mothers? Our list pretty short.
How serious? Yeah, I understand, the cost is inflated, but you look at this list and, if you're saying $30,000, that cuts this list down pretty dark.
I will indicate that in the RFP, we did have a provision that allows for negotiation with a selected entity, for example. There was somebody who had a process that you liked, but you didn't want, everything that was included in it, tear it down. That's something that you could do. This is the kind of feedback that we're looking for. I mean, that's one of the problems when you do an RFP. You put it out there and people have to respond to it. They have to respond to it at their rates, at their interest. A number of these proposals come from all over the country.
Right.
There were a number of them from East Coast, West Coast, and everywhere in between. I was shocked that we actually got 37. One came in too late, and because of that, I can't even open it. This is the kind of feedback that I need in order to even move forward with further consideration.
The consensus I'm gathering is everybody's not happy with the cost.
Well,
Yeah. So I guess, is that something that you could, I don't know, work on a couple of the different vendors and see if there's something negotiable, or do we?
Well, we're at, Commissioner Bonnie did the $50,000 rate, and, with that, you know what you said?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
what I'm
We
gathering,
did a $50,000 rate, and if we just go with that, we have plenty of people to talk to, because you've got plenty that are in that range. And I think at that rate, we might be able to find somebody who's willing to talk to us, and we might be able to pare it down to even something less than that. And, it's just, if we're serious about doing it, then we have to be serious about paying it. And I mean, that's why I said it is excessive. It seems excessive. But, out of that $50,000, we should be able to save hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years by addressing the issue and planning more efficiently. That's the whole thing, it's how much do we want to put into it? Do we want to say, well, strategic planning? Jim and I and Ty will sit down and talk about it. We'll be able to come up with a strategic plan. I mean, that's how we could approach it, or we can approach it professionally and say, let's get somebody in here who knows how to do it. And we can't do that for nothing. So that we got to decide if we're really serious about projecting in the future, or if we're just going to talk about it.
Based on.
Don't get anything for nothing.
Based on the comments, what I could do is limit the review to proposals that were less than $50,000. And then try to group those by perhaps, because there were really 5, and I don't have the RFP in front of me, but there were really 5 objectives in the RFP. Maybe we could limit that to review of just those under $15,000, group those that have a response to the first two provisions, say, of the RFP, and figure out what that cost might be, and then come back to you with some further information. And, you know, for example, what could we do if we began the process this year with just the engagement of the county board? And perhaps next year budget some amount for community engagement after that process has taken its course. Because everybody, most of the people that bid on this viewed this as a 5-year process. That's what we asked them to do, a 5-year process. Some of them took it as to say, okay, we're going to give you a 5-year plan, and then we're leaving. And some of them approached it, we're going to give you a 5-year plan, and we're going to keep you focused to implement it. So we might be able to, like I said, pare some of that down, maybe push some of the cost of this into pay for a portion of it through contingency for this budget, and then budget for the balance of it 2027. So this is going to be a longer process than just, you know, one meeting. So if you'd like that kind of further, based upon this feedback, that further information, I can provide that to you.
That, what is budgeted for this in this year's budget?
Nothing.
My second.
It would have to be paid from contingency.
Yeah. And my second question is there expertise within our planning department that who were already hired, who might be able to help guide this process? I mean, your numbers of 50,000 are a little over. I mean, my numbers for an unbudgeted expense for this type of planning, especially knowing that Mr. Dyer planned some extensive work and thought going into the budget, which I think the two pretty well overlap. My number is more like 8,000-10,000 than even close to 50,000 for something, like I said, it's not even in our budget. That's my.
I like what Mr. Dyer is proposing, and that we take it piece by piece. I support the $50,000 and then trying to pare it down. But if we're going to do it, we have to do it well. I hope we can pare it down to $25,000, $30,000 or less. But let's at least get a pool and then ask our administrator to do some negotiation.
I think that'd be wise. Start with the 50,000, whoever falls in that group, and then start. I'm guessing you still have to iron out through a lot of these to see what they all entail here. So
well, once I started getting into it, yes, I mean, I started taking it one by one, but then I decided I really needed some direction before I spent 30 hours reviewing 36 proposals.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was Mr. Dyer who actually suggested the 50,000. I believe that's where I came up with that.
Yes.
And that was then to look at those 6.
Yes. Well, there are actually 13. There'd be 13 that fall below that. So it pares it down by about 2/3, 1/3, or 2/3, excuse me.
I mean, when I looked at those bids, I only saw 6 that did, and I thought that way you would have, and then we can pare it down from there. And look at what they are offering and what we can do. But it was never intended to spend 50,000. Like you, I thought 10 or 12 was a maximum. That was, but I thought we have to start somewhere and look at it. And nobody here has talked about saving money today. Just want to let you know.
We just did. All right, so do you feel like you have a plan?
Yes.
Or kind of a general synopsis, because I feel very adamant we have to keep moving forward with this, not just talk about it, it's gonna die. It's something we've never done as a county, and it's something that we need to keep having a discussion on and seeing how to move forward with this to make it happen, or it'll never happen. So
no motion, you just want it to fail until he brings it back?
you probably won't have some for next Tuesday, really, do you? It's gonna take some time. Do we need a motion? Because wasn't there something in the RFP that we had to have some sort of decision a deadline in there? Do we need to?
We had
post that?
indicated that the earliest date that we would make a decision would be the 20th, which is the day after our meeting, but that we're not bound by that.
We're not bound by that.
No, we could indicate that we're going to take some time to review additional time to review the proposals. Some of them are limited as to time. They say this proposal in 90 days, for example.
Right. No. All right, so nothing, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 9C, approval to issue requests for proposals to management regarding opioid settlement.
Yes, again, I do suggest a recommended motion, and it's simply that you authorize us to issue an RFP using the scope of work that we've set forth in let's see, the scope of work was page 115 through 119. Using that as the scope of work.
Mr. Wessel?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion and speak to it. I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize issuance of an RFP soliciting proposals to provide permissible opioid remediation services is provided by Exhibit E of the relevant settlement documents.
Support.
Support, discussion.
To speak to it, I was nervous when we started this, when we were talking about Little League and other activities in the county. I like what the administrators put together. I think it's solid. It reflects what the eligibility criteria are, it reflects the standards that we must address. It addresses auditable things and accountability issues. I like it, and I'm pleased by the work you did, Mr. Dyer.
No discussion? Okay.
I think it's important to put the RFP on. And then we're gonna have to talk about how they're reviewed for acceptance, and we have to be very.
That's something you actually might want to think about between now and the meeting next week. And if you have some feedback for us on how you'd like to do that, would you like it to be a full board review, reviewed by a committee of the board, reviewed by a committee of public and board members? There's all kinds of potential options. And there's no like one silver bullet that says this is the way you got to do it. It's what you feel comfortable with, and that you'll get a good result from that. I sure don't want to be the one doing all that review. So,
So Mickey Eater today, he spent his life in the medical field working with grants, and he's real knowledgeable. I think it would be useful to have, one or two people from the public who are knowledgeable in this field. I'm not sure it really matters, but I think it would be helpful to have a smaller committee do initial review, but of course it has to come to the board for them after that.
I was going to say just the contrary. I can see this as a committee of the whole meeting where we review the proposals and all interact and collectively make a decision. I'm not, unless I'm on the subcommittee, I'm not willing to give up the ability to do some initial review. I want to be a part of that, but I think everybody at this table needs to be a part of that. I think we broadcast it. We invite the people to come into the public to have some input for us. We heard some of them today, and we extend the public comment part of that committee, the whole meeting. Then we review the proposals and collectively make a decision. That's how I'd like to go.
whole thing left with 36 proposals. We'll have a lot of time to consider them.
You're talking about a special meeting in the whole board.
It sounds like more than one.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Campbell.
What other counties have done, they've either created committees that I've talked to anyways, at the Northern Michigan Counties Association. They've created committees either wholly within the board or involving folks not involved in the county board, but they meet on a regular basis, say every 6 months. And so the RFP, while you might advertise it every 6 months, And it has no real start or end because this money doesn't have a start or an end.
It's gonna have an end.
They review what comes in. The other thing they do, some of them, which I really like, is they had kind of a shortcut, kind of a small committee, a small grant process. Rotary Charities does this too, for grants, say that we're under $500 or not continual. Looking at the criteria in here, the numbers I got from what we have spent are different than the numbers that you had. You had the 32,000 3 times, I believe. And I'm not sure, you and I can discuss that later, but what the numbers I got was that we had budgeted through the family coordinating, we had budgeted $128,000 over 2 years. And the reported expenditures as of December 15th were only $50,000. And if you look at our criteria, a lot of this is in school. For instance, what do you call the dance, end of the year dance? Prom, the prom, yeah. Well, if specifically our criteria says that you couldn't spend it on that. It just doesn't meet our criteria. It says youth-oriented programs may be considered only if opioid prevention is the primary purpose and the proposal includes measurable prevention outcomes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that came from MAC. That's the Michigan Association of
That comes
Counties.
from exhibit E of the settlement documents, but yes, MAC does promote that as well. Those actually, there are some studies regarding alternative proms, and they're not so much opioid, but substance abuse preventions. There actually are programs that show that works, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm just saying, these are just regular proms that we've spent our money on, and we have to tighten up our ship, because if we do get audited, this is a responsibility we have. So I'm very glad to see the RFP process. It put guidelines out there, puts rails on the system that we.
The other thing that I would mention is we do have, again, through our membership in NAC, we have access to Amy Delenke and her staff. I think she's added another person to her staff and got a sizable grant money to do so. She's offered to meet with us if we'd like, and we could do it one of two ways: have her present in a meeting, or just say she's going to give a presentation at such and such a date. Come if you'd like. Rather than make it a formal meeting. It's an educational opportunity.
Commissioner Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, I also received some information from MAC, and they had 4 points, and 2 of them are 4 points that you should consider that are very important for you to do. One was that parents should be involved in children. It was the other one. So I mean that, and then the other 2 I can't remember, but I had the sheet that's on my desk there. But I mean, no, that's why it seems to contradict what you just read there. They sent me information that seems to contradict it.
I spoke with Amy at the MAC conference briefly. I do think it's a good idea to have her come and explain all the ins and outs. I asked if it had to be opioid, and she implied that the funding can stretch to other substance use or abuse issues. And I think we need to understand that. I think clarification would
There are a lot of lockboxes.
Yeah. I think that would be,
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to have her come. Because we have a lot of potential here, but we don't want to have to repay funds if we take the
I
next
I will,
step.
I will see first if she's available to address one of our meetings in the near future. If not, I'll see if she's willing to just do an educational presentation, probably via Zoom, that you can attend at your wish. And you could even invite others in the community to attend it if they were interested as well, potential applicants, for example.
Any other discussion?
One of my concerns in this county is we don't have any treatment facilities. But if we have somebody who's gone to treatment, transportation, it's really important if you've gone to treatment that the aftercare activities continue. The program I was in, they continued for 2 years. So I'd be looking also for assistance with that kind of thing, supporting people in their road to recovery.
If I can just add
Final
one
comment.
That's just.
Okay, I've spoken to 2 counselors here in the last couple of days. I spoke with Emily Kohler, whose maiden name is Stanton, is Emily Stanton. And she's a counselor here and she works here in Leelanau County. And she said that whether due to their own struggle or partner's substance use, the situation makes it very challenging for families to make their children's needs, thus hindering children from feeling safe, supported, and able to thrive. She says substance abuse is prevalent in many households right now in Leelanau County. She also said that Medicaid cuts have had a severe effect on folks at that level receiving care. I've talked to her and the other one about some type of a voucher program that would help split that gap between the care that Medicaid will provide will provide, and that which counselors can afford to give. They're a lot like physicians in that they can only give so much of their practice to families on the lower end of the financial spectrum. That's why I think is my priority. I'd like to find a way to more directly funnel that money to the people who need it the most.
Yes. We want our people to truly recover.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And carried 7-0. Thank you.
Have we decided what kind of process we're going to follow in terms of decision making?
I think you were referring to maybe think about that, let's do the next week and then at our next meeting next week, we could possibly have some discussion on that, so.
Just put it on the agenda as a discussion item, maybe?
I think we have it as an action item to approve, to actually issue the RFP, because right now all you're doing is recommending it, but a discussion could help. We could actually state the process we're going to use for evaluation in the RFP. We've done that in the past.
Right.
In fact, in some respects, I wish I had done that with the strategic plan RFP and didn't, because I frankly thought we were going to get 1 or 2 responses. We got 36. But with this, we could indicate that there's going to be a review of by this group, and they're going to consider these criteria for as priorities, for example. Not necessarily saying that that's the only thing we can accept, but here's going to be some of the priorities, and that's something you can decide.
Was that something you want part of the agenda next week, or would you rather have? Is that something we're gonna be approving the RFP next week, or is that something we're gonna be doing?
I think you're gonna be approving the RFP next week, and any input you can provide to me in terms of what type of evaluation process you like. I can receive that, and if there's a number of suggestions, I can include that as part of the motion at next meeting as the alternatives.
Anybody have any pressing now?
I think it's important that we get some priorities straight. We have several good agencies that provide services in substance and opioid abuse, and work with families and young kids. We don't have enough money to pay a whole lot of private practitioners to provide private service. I mean, it's just, the money will run out before we meet the need. So I think our priority has to be supporting agencies and organizations that are working with and providing support for our families.
I just want to comment, though, that if somebody's done with treatment and they've come home and they can't afford to continue counseling, that's real and it's valid to support them being able to continue their counseling. So that's real also. Maybe they can't afford to go into Traverse City. Most things you have to go into Traverse City. Some people just can't do that. They don't have a car. A lot of them can't drive. You know, so if they can go to somebody locally, that also needs to be looked at.
All right, so do we have any, does anybody have any top recommendations to have on the meeting for next Tuesday for the administrator to like present? Or do you want to just email those to him?
I would, well, instead of making this meeting last time, 9 o'clock tonight, I just sent the email. And let's move forward.
All right, so consensus to email.
Well, I just want to make sure that we emphasize like community corrections.
That too.
That, you know, make sure that it would work for them.
I'd like to let the committee get together, figure out who's gonna be on the committee, and then let's listen to them if indeed we're gonna include some experts in the field.
So you're recommending committee to go through that.
I think we're all, I mean, that's a good first, you like the committee as a whole, but I don't know if we want 4 extra meetings a year to go through those, if or whatever it is, you know? That's why other communities have utilized. I mean, just digest on it for a year or for a week, and then, do you want to keep talking about it, Mark, or you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
I mean, we're not getting anywhere, we're not making a decision, we're just talking about all these plans that are.
Well, but we're giving some recommendations to our administration.
Right, but okay, but we can do that piecemeal, or we can just.
I mean, four meetings is only 32 hours. 7.
Yeah, we're gonna be there tonight, so.
Well, I would say that if we can't do it as a committee of the whole, we shouldn't exclude any commissioner that wants to be involved.
That's true.
Because I think this is important.
That's good.
All right. Any questions you need from us? All right.
Clear as mud, right?
All right. Moving on, items 9D, approval this year, request for proposals for employee health and benefits management.
As I indicated in my opening, this is simply talking about 15 to 16% of our general fund budget. And it's something that if you want to have alternatives or want to understand what other possibilities there are for both consultancy and for the health insurance itself, you need to get started on it now.
Mr. Money?
Well, I was just wondering how our insurance is going right now, the cost of it.
Well, like, we got the presentation, what was it, last month from, they told us they're working on a process that will evaluate that. But we've only had February and March, now April, that we'll have 3 months at the end of this month of data.
So we don't really know where we stand right now?
Not in any way that I could give you any kind of prediction, but what we know, what we've heard from them is that they proposed, I think it was a 2.8 roughly recommendation, and that's where they think we're gonna end up getting. But, and he's fairly confident about that, but it could be closer to $3 million. It is, again, that's 16% of our budget.
We should wait till we know where we're standing, because we may not.
It'll be too late when we wait, it'll be too late.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize the insurance of the issuance of an RFP for employee benefit health care consultants.
Support discussion.
We got to have a motion on the table.
I do think it's too early. I mean, really, what you're telling our current contractors is, we're looking for another guy. Or another company, and they haven't even settled into their seats.
Well, no, we've had them for years.
And we were told that there was only 2 companies that really qualified at the last leading up. That, well, only 2 were considered rather than going out for RFPs. We were told that they were the 2 tops, they're the 2 that should be, that deserve consideration. Okay, now it's 3 months after we signed their contract. I would lean more towards July, at least give them a chance to find some numbers. If they have absolutely, at our last meeting, we asked for numbers, and it was too premature.
If we don't issue an RFP now, we're not gonna be in July making a decision on a change. If we're going to change, we're gonna be in August or September before we actually get to the part of making a decision on that. That's just the way your process works right now.
All right, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried 5-2. All right, moving on to item 9E, Civil Infraction Bureau.
That item, again, indicated, this is something that's been considered in the past. It was primarily of interest to the building safety department, because there's too many of the things that they do. They don't have any kind of teeth to enforce. They can determine that they're not going to issue a certificate of occupancy, for example. If someone violates that and refuses, their only alternative is a criminal action. And what this does is give them the option to issue a civil infraction ticket. And if that ticket gets resolved at the administrative level, it never gets to court. It's a process used by most municipalities, not just counties, most municipalities that issue these kind of tickets and have these kind of enforcement problems. And we're just asking you to consider this as an alternative. As I indicated in my opening remarks, I've gotten back a review of the draft ordinance on page 145, and legal is proposing an additional ordinance, changes to that ordinance, and also an additional ordinance that would specifically identify that violations of the building code may be treated as civil infractions rather than criminal actions.
Mr. Wessel?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners adopt the Leelanau County Civil Infraction Bureau ordinance as presented.
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Ungary. Discussion?
So what kind of staff would this?
The same staff we have right now would be issuing the tickets and doing the enforcement. Same staff.
Just make a Barney Fife without a gun.
All right, Commissioner Bunning?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked in construction all my life, and the no occupancy is punishment enough for people. I don't want inspectors, plumbing inspectors, electrical inspectors, building inspectors going around giving out tickets. I just think that really creates a burden on contractors when their subcontractors are many times the people who are responsible for whatever the problem is. And the fact that, and then there's the amount that they're going to charge it, which will make building even more expensive. I thought if we want to pass this, we put the cost in, I think it's section 10, at $1 a day. So they know that it is, they know it's there, but we're not punishing them to the point of putting them out of business. Because previously they said $100 a day, $2,000 and whatever, and it doubles the next time it happens. I just think that I don't want any person who gets a plumbing license to be able to write tickets to people because he doesn't like the way that they plumbed it in. I just know they already have a tremendous amount of power in saying that they don't approve it. And you can't finish it, which I think is hard enough. And you can't argue with them. You have to do whatever they say. And it's cost me a lot of money just because they decided that wiring it one way isn't good anymore. You gotta change it. So you have to rip everything out and redo it at your own expense because it never cost them a penny.
Any other discussion?
So.
Commissioner Robbins first.
I mean, it's to the administrator, I mean. In discussion with Amber, I don't know if you have or not, but I mean, how many times a year do we really need this?
Very limited. It's not something that you're going to issue a ticket when somebody, the inspector requires you to make a change or something like that, or does not approve an inspection. It's generally when the certificate of occupancy is either never issued, there's illegal occupation of a building. She thought there'd be half a dozen times when this would occur, but it would. The other thing it would do is it frees up if you don't have to start a criminal case to get somebody's attention. That's the problem. Now that's what we have to do. You don't have any other alternative. And if we have to push it to the extreme, the person gets a conviction of a misdemeanor instead of $100 civil infraction fine. It just doesn't make any sense to enforce a building code that way. That's the.
Would this be more towards homeowners or we'll talk about the contractors? I mean, who's probably going to get the ticket?
Be issued primarily to the owner.
So it's not going to put a contractor out of business or.
I can't say it would never be issued to a contractor, but you know, if that wouldn't be the focus. The focus would be on the owner or the occupant, whoever that might be. And it's used right now. I think Amber does a really good job in terms of enforcement. But there are certain instances where she just can't get people's attention. And the only way to do so is to issue them a ticket in this instance, or to initiate a criminal.
So it's
manner.
By going this route, we don't have to send a deputy out to start a criminal.
That's correct.
That makes sense.
Campbell?
Well, it seems to me that if they're gonna get a ticket one way or another, when it comes down to it, just a matter of who's going to issue the ticket and whether it's gonna be a criminal ticket or a civil ticket. I mean, I myself, pardon me if I'm wrong on this, I don't anticipate there being more tickets issued just because we have more tickets available within the building department that we don't have to go through the sheriff's office. I mean, I don't anticipate that.
All right.
I just see an example. I had a civil infraction bureau in Northborough when I was village manager, and in a year and a half, I never issued a single ticket.
One comment, then we're gonna call vote.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to go through some other training. They're gonna start issuing tickets. You know, and we're gonna put another burden on them. And I just don't believe that we need to look at and punish our, whether it's the homeowner or the contractor, you know, because the homeowner doesn't have any control if the contractor doesn't do the job. And now you're saying that they're gonna punish the homeowner?
Well,
Yeah,
a second ago, they were gonna punish the contractor.
Well, yeah, he just said they won't.
So the homeowner can punish the contractor by not paying them. Until it's brought up to standard. So either way, somebody has to uphold the standard, and that's how this is a venue to uphold the standard.
So you want.
All right.
It's just another tool.
All right, moving on. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Okay.
Motion carried 6-1.
Who are the names?
Everybody. All right. County policy updates. Oh, you want to take a break?
I don't know if you want
Might as well.
Did you ask?
Take a little break, yep, take a 5-minute break. It's 11 a.m. Jingles.
Yeah, definitely. Did we not put money on this? 'Cause I'm gonna definitely take it.
Oh, yeah. He's watching. He's watching.
Mr. Mikowski, Mrs. Mikowski, you want some more coffee? No. Okay, thank you.
If you're gonna have this meeting this long, you better have lunch for all of us.
Agreed.
I barely got through with breakfast.
More power. No, I know. Just give those inspectors more powers. Because I understand that the roads ramifications.
You would have been able to apply for that. That's covered by the policy.
I know.
They have to protect most of the grants. It would be anything that funding. Adding regulations, not budget. Regulations, not budget expense. Or something that I deem.
Absolutely.
No, structural change.
No, because it's wasteful.
But if it was just for an energy grant, that we afraid our cost, you don't have to have our.
No. It's our budget.
Mary Lou, you're saying.
I can fund it.
I'm saying, how come it takes so damn long for you guys to make a decision?
Blame me.
Because not enough information is provided to make a good decision. Sometimes civil versus criminal.
I say what?
Civil versus criminal.
Yeah.
Where is the report? It says need, necessity, justification. It sounds here like there's a million of these cases a year, and you have one or two a year. Why have a regulation for regulation's sake? What the hell are we doing here? We're wasting time. Oh, my God.
I just seen it work. I really had reservations when different municipalities had switched to this stuff, but it just seemed to work for them.
Because the onus is horrendous. You, in a civil infraction process, you put on $500 a day for horseshit.
That was not in our ordinance to put down.
But some of them are. Well, I mean, that's all you do. You just freeze the whole system. And I can tell you, it's easy to do. Therefore, it'll be used a lot more than it ever has been. If we don't have any more than a half a dozen a year, then why have the regulation? Usually you can resolve most of those, and when you have to hang one out, you have to do the work to do the criminal thing. I agree. There's more work with that, but then it has to be substantive. You have to prove it, that there's a real infraction here to the court system, which is more, what I would say, discriminatory in figuring these things out.
Okay. If you do lose in a civil, you don't have to worry about the next job you go to, and they want to know about your criminal past. You don't have to write that down. So
how many people have you become aware of that have done things frequently, been nailed for, say, criminal things of that nature? I mean, I have a difficult time understanding what is criminal, what the criminality aspect of a construction code application.
I suppose if you're in the business, you would not want a criminal. You would much rather have a civil infraction against you than a criminal infraction against you.
But by the criminal aspect hanging over you, you're bound to do a much better job than the civil. That's my feeling. However, the civil thing is like a sledgehammer over your head.
every day brings another fine or another infraction, day after day. And that becomes a mental.
I did not get back with you on the agenda. Are you feel comfortable with it? I just honestly.
What happens if we go into closed session though?
I just
So
said.
you, no, I'm saying, so you have to make a motion to extend after 2:30. You said you would send more drafts.
Oh, I have a draft of the ordinance.
Okay.
Let me send that to
We
you.
have no idea what they're, if you want it for, right? You guys call you?
Then yes. No.
Otherwise.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I'll put it on just the verbiage? What do you want to change, like, draft?
It says right, yeah.
Okay.
We have no way.
All right.
It's wild today.
It's just. Who needs my wife to tell me that? Because she tells me that when I leave. All right, halftime next time, huh? A little better? Oh, well, okay. It's a good thing you can't see my eyes.
I made sure.
Yes.
We started giving money for lucky flowers at least 5 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, by Glen Lake, order, not the, yeah, not the one. Not the Glen Lake Women's Club or the Glen Arbor. And one's WOMEN apostrophe S and one is WA. I made that mistake so many.
Ours is just the garden club.
Easy.
We have to, somebody else, all business will pass to.
On the monkey flower?
No,
I don't think.
Oh, honestly, we do okay.
It's a policy update, so
Yeah, but what do we
direct-
have? We can't make it, so we said.
Well, it's your bond, it provides a recreation all year.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not just fish.
No, those fish,
Oh, I thought-
that's,
oh,
you see, we plant those fish and depending on what
I thought-
happens.
I thought it was fish.
And there's, all summer, that pond is well used. Well used.
I just think it's the state. Inspectors. They already have to.
There you go. I'm with you. Like I said, it's party. They're already intimidating.
Yeah, they are. But they do that, you're gonna pass that down, they love that.
Yeah, where'd you go?
They show up in 5 minutes.
Walk down.
You send it there because it's huge.
Rough chickens.
Herding cows.
So much better if they have to do it.
Yeah, Jim, I just give him some time. Mark or Bill?
We're waiting.
Oh.
Yeah. You ready, Jen?
Yeah.
All right, back in session. All right, next up, we have county policy updates that I recommend. This meeting's getting long. I'd like to just move everything to next Tuesday. We got it everything last night, gives us a chance to look at it over the next week and then have discussion on it next week, so. If I could just ask support to move everything to next Tuesday and then. Have our discussion. I mean, I didn't make that motion.
Well, I'll make the motion.
I'll support it.
Move and support it. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
6-1. All right. Either way, it'll be on the action item, so. All right, next up. We move on. Got one individual, or should we move public comment up prior to that?
I do anticipate we take action after the closed session. It would be a motion to either approve or disapprove the recommendation made during closed session. So I do anticipate there'll be a motion afterwards, but you can move it up if you chose.
Objection to have public comment.
Let's ask our public.
Mr. Mikowski, are you gonna stick around until after closed session, or you rather public comment now?
I'd rather do it now.
All right, we'll move on with public comment now, and then we'll move on, so. Got 5 minutes.
Civil infraction versus criminal. There should be a report that would lay out to all commissioners identified as need, necessity, benefit justification report. Without any kind of report like that, I think we're trying to establish regulations for the sake of regulations, particularly if there's very few of these types of infractions annually. I'm looking at these meetings we're having today, and we're drifting all over the place on things that have nothing to do with Michigan County Law 46.11. The issue of taxation that we discussed today, we're arguing over being able to, as adults, intelligent adults, to deal with a $200,000 change in the total 15 or 16 or $17 million budgets. That's a terrible weakness I see among intelligent people, if we are intelligent. Arguing minutes over minutes over minutes. And last year, I remember the statement, we can't do nothing with the budget because we don't know what the hell's going on. We know after a year what's going on, and we still can't deal with the budget of reducing taxes. So we have terrible weaknesses here, I believe, on this board that we need to address. So I'm here first of all now to talk about Mr. Tostage, I believe the name was, who made his presentation at the first public comment. I pretty well agree with everything he stated. Also, not on the agenda today was again the apology resolution as soon as possible by this board for the various commissions and this commission have done regarding the clerk loathing issue of May 11, 2021. We have made this request many times, and we just need to have something done on it. And furthermore, we want to talk about the taxes that was talked about by someone here. One of the big cases about taxation where the county forfeits property and takes it all and keeps all the proceeds. You know, that was a Supreme Court decision, and more court decisions are pending, and we'll see a change going on in that. The key is, as I talked before, we are trying to deal with all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with Michigan MCL 46.11. We're groping around. We've spent, what was it, 27 minutes on brownfield issues. Brownfield issues, if they apply to county properties, they should be taken and addressed. Brownfield properties that are subsidies to private sector is a no-no. The county doesn't even have jurisdiction over land or properties. The townships have. Why we're mucking around in this stuff, I don't understand. We need to have a good understanding why we're screwing around in this county with brownfield. I see no need or necessity for that. Again, we just keep adopting the new things that the county wants. And the legislature throws at us. We're going to leave with you a copy of a document called Property Taxes Invert the Moral Order of Ownership. We'll leave you a copy of this. You know, the key thing is we are discussing it, and we stampede ourselves as a commission to keep on adding taxes. A property deed should mean ownership, not a renewable lease on our properties from government. That's what we have today. An old tax with a long record of failure. In practice, this property taxes becomes arbitrary and unworkable. Property taxes violate the meaning of ownership. The tax is inefficient, costly, and detached from the ability to pay. We talked about it today. Highly regressive in the real world. Stable revenue for government means endless revenue for government. You'll spend every damn penny you get. That's what we're doing. That's our mental attitude here, right here today. That's our mental attitude. we'll spend every penny we get of the taxpayers' money. Levy limits can help, but only if they are truly tough. The best path, spend less, use surpluses, buy down the tax. The goal for property taxes should be elimination, and we'll see major movements going on. And we should, as a county, prepare for the elimination of property taxes as a whole. Property taxes are arcane. They are immoral. They're inefficient. They're highly regressive once all effects are counted. They fund excessive spending and never let people fully own what they have earned. A free society should not settle for trimming them in the margins forever. It should start reducing them now through strict spending limits and surplus buy downs, and it should put in place a serious path eliminating them for good. We'll give you each a copy of this for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment from you? No? All right. Public comment over then.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Move on, then I'll have a motion to go into closed session, I guess.
Someone,
Need it read out?
Yeah.
Probably should, yeah. Read out the motion to go into closed session. Somebody have that? Last page.
I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners enter into closed session to discuss attorney-client communication exempt from disclosure under MCL 15.243(1)G as permitted by MCL 15.268(1)H with Administrator Dyer to be present.
Report. Reported. Discussion. We need, oh.
Well, I agree with what Mr. Tostage and what Mr. Mikowski said. I mean, I don't really know what this is that we're going in there, but I'll find out. But I do think it's imperative that we at least give an indication. Is this a personnel matter? Is this why are we going into closed session? Give some, I mean, most governments that I have, meetings I've attended or associated with, they don't just say because we can. They explain a little bit about what the topic is.
We did get an email from Administrator Dyer last night with the reason we were going in and what it was limited to. We were informed about it before this meeting, and it certainly qualifies under this provision to go into closed session for that purpose.
I'm not questioning that. I'm just trying to keep.
Well, you just said you didn't know what it was about. You do.
I'm not questioning whether this is legitimate, us going into closed session. I am questioning the decision to not explain anything to the public about why we are going. I'm one person on this board. I don't feel comfortable not telling the public, at least a generalized overview. Is it personnel? Is it, I mean, what do you, does anyone else have that problem?
I'm not seeing it wrong, so.
Reason that you don't disclose is because by doing so, you would give indication of what it is you're discussing in the meeting, and that's problematic. You know what it's about. And I'm not comfortable discussing publicly what it's about.
Yeah, the motion when we get out.
Yes.
Suffice.
Exactly.
All right, we'll have the roll call.
Commissioner Algar,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnet,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman York,
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Manage better than the world people. Okay, there's at least one more. Just go to the fast and nothing.
Oh, it's really, looks pretty rainy.
Yes.
Motion still on. Make sure the clerk ready. Are you ready?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
All right.
Make the motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Supported. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried 7-0. Money.
Yeah, I would move to accept the advice of litigation counsel and as discussed in closed session with respect to the special legal services assignment involving Joni Plaska.
Or. And it's a recommendation to move it to.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, move to recommend.
Moved and supported. All in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried 7-0. You want to go ahead, EDS?
Yeah, we'll do an EDS and put it on the agenda like normal.
All right, moving on to review of financials. Any questions on financials? Nothing, special reports.
I need, and I know we're late, I need to take just a minute at your desk, you have this Tri-County Materials Management Overview. The reason that Jim and I wanted to make sure you saw it today was we'll be receiving in June the final copy of that report, and it'll be going to our board for approval, and then forwarded to the townships and villages for their approval. And there's going to be some things in there that that you haven't seen before, but it doesn't commit us to any expenditures, but it commits us to a plan that at some point we may have to take action on whether we want to spend that on. And this is a plan that the three-county committee has just about finalized. And on the back page, page 3 of 3 on the summary, what will the plan cover? There's 5, 6 bullet points there on what the plan will cover. I just didn't want you to come in here next month when Lydia comes with a final report and be surprised. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins?
I want to share with the board and Administrator Dyer, Kevin Klein, CEO of the airport, reached out to me last night we talked. And I think most of you, I don't know if you saw the article, Friday or whatever it is, the city would like to get back on the airport board and so on. And he just wanted me to share that it's really a long shot, probably not going to happen. I mean, the story behind it is the city left Grand Traverse County in bad shape in 1988. There was like $380,000, I think, is what it cost the county. And I guess one of the options, if it could happen, which is probably won't, would be repay the money and interest. But really, what Kevin shared with me is it would be, if it were to work in a perfect world, it'd take 5 years to do this. But the FAA said no. What's happened in the past in 1988 with the city, we're not going to let them back on. So I just wanted to be sure that you guys.
Any other special reports?
Just really quickly, Beta, we're interviewing new directors, administrators for Beta. So that'll happen in June. Someone will be appointed. I think some really highly qualified people apply.
Speaking of Beta, where are we at with that lawsuit?
That's
Go away.
Are we still involved in that lawsuit?
We've always been on the side.
Yeah, we're that side.
Yeah.
If you want, I haven't talked to the lawyer forever, and we haven't been billed anything for the last probably 6 months or more. I'll get a report for you of the statuses for the next meeting.
So they we talked about the fact that it needs to be, we need to bring it back up again. Right now, they are doing what we assumed, and that was one commissioner from each county. But it's not right yet. But we're not a part of the lawsuit, so.
We are a party, we're a party.
We're a
We have to be
party,
made a
but we're
party,
not-
but we're, the issues that relate to Leelanau County are not right yet. That's really what's going on.
Any other special reports?
Trusting them.
If not, commissioner comments? Commissioner Robinson?
I'm on the building safety, or no, building grounds with Mark. And today I really noticed it. I know I can't hear like I used to. I mean, if I had one complaint about you, Mr. Dyer, I wish you would be like giving closing arguments to a jury and yell at them.
I'm pretty quiet for that too.
Yeah, but I noticed at the airport, and Will can back me up on this, I noticed their monitors, I guess I noticed that their last meeting for the first time is they have 2 monitors and the agenda and everything is all right there on that monitor. We don't even have to be looking at our laptop. The public can see it. I mean, we just scroll down whatever pages we have, whatever documents, and it's just, I think, you know, we've been talking about this room and we have to do something going into budget, but I think we have to get back on board for a budget and come up with some ideas what we're gonna do. And the other thing I noticed yesterday, I'm not turning into a tech person here, but I was at Grand Traverse County at the governmental center. I never noticed before until yesterday, is when you walk into the entrance of the main governmental center, they have a lighted up panel that's all you know, computerized, where the clerk's office, everything is posted on this. Instead of having your bulletin board out there or display, it's all right there, your events, all the legal postings and everything. And I think, you know, Dean Bott's supposed to get back with me. He thought maybe they did it for a couple $1,000s or so.
We would love that because the glass doesn't slide anymore. So when the ladies go out, you're getting your hands caught.
I mean, that's probably where we could put it right there.
That's
and,
where we would like it.
you know, and then I think the way it would work, I don't know, I'm not a tech person, you just do everything right from your office.
Correct.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, approval of financials. Money?
I move that I recommend that we move claims and approve claims and accounts $95,380.93.
Support. Moved and supported. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Carried 7-0.
I move that we move post audit to next week's.
So support. Supported. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Carried 7-0. Hey guys, we're out here before 2:30.
That's what you said, wasn't it? 2:30? That's what I thought.
I was gonna ask you before.
Yeah.
I just noticed that's the first time.
Yeah. We had been talking about it. It's just like a school, you know, you just type it in and